Chapter 640. Everyone was on high alert and they stepped aside, intending to let the man go first. Nong Xian glanced at the man and then silently straddled his hoe. "Run!" he screamed. The hoe disappeared with a whoosh and a crack appeared in space. The others were stunned. What was going on? Did he run? Furthermore, the speed of the hoe was too fast. "It looks like someone recognized me. Is that weapon from the farmer family?" "The farmer family has always been lucky," the man with blood-red hair said. The others felt that something was off and they gathered together. "Brother, you go first." The man with blood-red hair looked over, and the evil smile on his face became even stranger. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Blood Loony and I've been sealed in ice for many years." The others were confused as they had never heard of him before. Blood Loony stretched lazily. "There's a reason why the farmer family was able to stand tall in the progenitor of Blood Realm for so many years. A junior was able to recognize me, but none of you can. The outcome is predestined." He then pointed at their feet. "Remember to watch where you're going. Don't step on anything." He then laughed and walked off into the distance. The others looked down and saw a red lotus appear beneath their feet. "What's that?" "I don't know, but be careful. That bastard Nong Xian is smarter than anyone and he ran away without saying a word." "That person is very strange," one of them said. "I'll try," the woman said, and a phantom imprint appeared behind her. She used her star energy to sweep past the blood-red lotus. The next moment the lotus bloomed and swallowed the group. A few seconds later, there was nothing left of them except for a pile of clothes. Their blood, flesh and bones had all been devoured by the lotus. Blood Loony's eyes flashed and his lips curled up. "I told you to watch where you're going." Unfortunately, the farmer family escaped. In front of First Divine Gate, Nong Xian's face was pale as he rode his hoe and fled in panic. How could this be? Why was that freak released? Which idiot let him out? Idiot, 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 those guys are dead for sure. There's nothing I can do, I can only escape by myself. I can't take you guys with me, but don't worry, I'll definitely spread the news of your deaths. Go in peace. In the blood homage realm of the Sixth Mainland, soothing music was playing in a luxurious restaurant. This was a very romantic place and it was supposed to be an elegant place where men and women could attract each other. However, at this moment many men and women in the restaurant were looking at a corner in surprise. There a young man was wolfing down food in large mouthfuls. There were more than 1,000 plates on the table, but the young man still couldn't stop eating. "Quick, the food, continue. The young man slammed the table while eating, completely destroying the elegant atmosphere of the restaurant, but no one dared to stop him. The kitchen was buzzing with activity and all the chefs were sweating profusely. There was only one person, but the entire restaurant's kitchen couldn't keep up. Suddenly the young man paused, looked up and blinked. "What? You want me to go to the Fifth Mainland's Daoist sect and hunt down the 10 arbiters?" The surrounding people looked at the young man strangely, not knowing who he was talking to. Someone muttered unhappily, "This restaurant has fallen. They're serving just anyone. Is this guy an idiot?" "Shoo." Someone immediately covered his mouth and whispered, "Do you want to die? He's Nan Yanfei." Nan Yanfei? The person was confused for a moment, but then his expression changed. "The blood homage realm's realmling Nan Yanfei?" With a thump, the thousands of plates on the table fell to the ground with a loud crash. The restaurant's waiters hurried to clean up the mess. Nan Yanfei raised his head in dissatisfaction. "Why should I go? Although the Fifth Mainland is weak, the 10 arbiters aren't weak. They're definitely ruthless characters. It's safer to send the Daoist 3 skies." After a while, Nan Yanfei's expression changed and he finally sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll go. But first, don't blame me if I can't win. You should know that although the Fifth Mainland's cultivation system is very complex, resulting in its overall strength being weaker, it can still give birth to some strange geniuses. The 10 arbiters are the peak of the Fifth Mainland's younger generation, so I really don't have the confidence to win." Nan Yanfei then roared, Where's the food? 10 times more." The surrounding people gaped in shock. Nan Yanfei had already eaten so much, so why did he still want more? In the Sixth Mainland's blood-burn realm, the streets were packed with people. With so many people crowding around, it was very troublesome to cross the street. However, it was under such circumstances that a pale-faced youth stepped onto the street and then passed through the crowd as if he didn't have a physical body. Not a single person was able to touch him as if he were a ghost. Suddenly, the man stopped and his body abruptly appeared. The surrounding people were so frightened that they hurriedly moved away and looked over in fear. Anyone who saw a person suddenly appear in front of them would react in the same way. The man stood on the street and everyone around him looked at him with fear. Fifth Mainland, the ruins of the Daoist sect? The hunting competition has been moved there? 10 arbiters? Alright, I'll take the heads of the 10 arbiters to the battlefield at Mara River. The man raised his head, revealing a pair of sinister eyes. His name was DFA and he was a realmling from the Bloodburn realm. The 10 arbiters and realmlings had all gathered at the ruins of the Daoist sect, which would become the battlefield for the younger generation of the 5th Mainland and the 6th Mainland. The hunting competition had been proposed by the 6th Mainland, and the goal was to obtain the heads of the 5th Mainland's younger generation experts. However, who would be the hunter and who would be the prey in the end was still unknown. In the ruins of the Daoist sect, Mr. Bai's group of 4 spent more than half a day traveling through a beam of light to arrive at the space where the 9 Daoist cauldrons were. The fatty's mouth fell open when he saw the 9 enormous cauldrons that were as large as continents. How can there be such huge cauldrons? They're even bigger than a mountain. Mr. Bai looked up and said, "These are the 9 Daoist cauldrons, and they are the most attractive inheritance grounds of the 5th Mainland's Daoist sect. Even during the ancient war, our ancestors were unwilling to destroy them and instead left them behind. These are the opportunities that our ancestors have given us. It's a pity that no one has been able to obtain any opportunities from the 9 Daoist cauldrons, which has led to the decline of this largest inheritance ground. Some people have even said that the inheritance of a progenitor from the mountain and sea realm is easier than the inheritance of the 9 cauldrons," Miss Qing said. Mr. Bai replied, "Not necessarily. It's possible that someone has already obtained the inheritance battle techniques from the cauldrons, but they just haven't revealed it yet. Just like the Daoist 3 skies, no one within the same realm can force them to use their full strength, and even the older powerhouses don't dare to act against them. Thus, no one knows what kind of power they have." One figure after another appeared in this space and headed towards the 9 cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons looked similar, but there were also some differences. The group immediately recognized that the phantom that had covered the sky had come from one of the cauldrons, and quite a few people had already entered that cauldron. Lu Yin and the others did not hesitate and they all leapt into the cauldron. The cauldron was very large and the space within it was like a hollowed-out mountain range. Lu Yin stood at the edge of the cauldron and crouched down to touch it. The cauldron was covered in rust, which meant that it had experienced the passage of time. However, it was still incomparably sturdy and indestructible. There were some diagrams carved onto the surface of the cauldron, but they were obscured by the rust and could not be seen clearly. When he saw Mr. Bai and the others jump into the cauldron, Lu Yin leapt in as well. He really wanted to obtain a powerful battle technique, as aside from the Dream Finger he did not have any other powerful battle techniques that could turn the tides of battle. Furthermore, the Dream Finger placed too much of a burden on his body, and he would need to recuperate for several days after using it. It was not suitable for long-term combat. It would be great if he could comprehend a battle technique from the cauldron, as it was, after all, a battle technique from the ancient Daoist sect. However, the possibility of that happening was not high, as Lu Yin did not feel that he was special. He had not comprehended anything from the scripture pavilion or heaven's pit, so he might not be able to comprehend anything here either. There was a thump as Lu Yin landed on the ground and stepped on a pile of bones. Many people had come here and many had died here. The fatty carefully walked over to Lu Yin and gestured at him. Lu Yin ignored him and walked to the edge of the cauldron. He looked at the diagrams carved into the walls of the cauldron. The battle technique might be related to these diagrams. "Bro, this place is too eerie. I'll just follow you," the fatty said in a panic. Lu Yin raised a hand to touch the interior of the cauldron. It was cold to the touch and it had a metallic texture to it. However, it was different from any metal he had ever seen before, and the moment he touched it he could feel the vicissitudes of time. Lu Yin did not know where Mr. Bai and Miss Qing had gone. This place was huge and they had gone in different directions. The fatty followed Lu Yin blindly, muttering something under his breath. Lu Yin grew annoyed. Why are you still so cowardly after evolving to an unparalleled bloodline? Go look for your own destiny. Perhaps there's a battle technique here that can allow you to surpass Autumn Frost Qing and help you take back Yan Shaojing. The fatty's eyes lit up. A battle technique that surpasses Autumn Frost Qing? Bro, can I really comprehend it? Suddenly, the fatty's expression changed and he stared at Lu Yin. Bro, you can speak? Lu Yin calmly replied, I never said that I couldn't. The fatty was stunned and his expression turned bitter. Bro, you've really tricked me. Lu Yin frowned. Go look for your own destiny. Fatty bro, I've already told you everything. Bro, how can you do this? The fatty wailed. Lu Yin was helpless. I'm not interested in your miserable life. At that moment he saw some words engraved at the bottom of the cauldron. Seventh bro, these words are the same as those in the scripture pavilion. They're from the era of the Daoist sect, the monkey said. Lu Yin used his star energy to form a blade and tried to remove the rust, but it was useless. No matter how hard he tried, he could not damage the rust in the slightest. This was terrifying, as it was normal for a metal that could withstand the corrosion of time to be able to withstand attacks. Perhaps the cauldron had a crystal rating of over 100,000, but if even the rust was so tough, then it was a different story. It was no wonder why this cauldron was still covered in rust after so many years. If the rust could be removed easily, then it would have been cleaned by someone long ago. Bro, look. The sky's red. The fatty cried out from behind. Lu Yin impatiently looked up and his eyes narrowed. This space had originally been as dusky as Heaven's Pit, and there were only the 9 cauldrons here. However, at this moment, the mouth of the cauldron had turned completely red, and it was getting redder and redder. Soon, blood-colored lotuses began to spread out. Not good. Someone had sealed the mouth of the cauldron. Not too far away, a person soared into the air and his imprint appeared. He bellowed as he charged towards the mouth of the cauldron and viciously slammed into the blood-colored lotuses. Then his entire body turned into a pool of blood, which shocked everyone inside the cauldron. What was even stranger was that the blood did not fall to the ground. Instead, it was sucked back into the blood lotuses in midair, making them even more beautiful. Chapter 641. What's that? Someone asked in fear. Lu Yin's face was solemn, as the blood lotus gave him an intense sense of danger that was not inferior to the sense of danger that Shang Rong had given him. The fatty's face went pale. What the hell is that? The cauldron was very spacious and everyone had been exploring on their own. However, at this moment, everyone looked up and stared at the blood lotus. The blood lotus bloomed, beautiful yet deadly. Not long after, a figure appeared within the blood lotus. It was Blood Luni who had appeared in the first divine gate. Blood Luni hung upside down from the blood lotus, and he had an evil smile on his face as he looked at the people within the cauldron. His eyes were already red, but they were now even redder. Who are you? Why did you seal the cauldron and kill people as you please? Someone asked. Blood Luni's smile grew even wider. Let's play a game. Everyone stared at Blood Luni strangely. A game? Was he crazy? Why would he want to play a game at a time like this? I have a die here. Roll it, and the number of pips that appear will determine how many people will be able to leave this cauldron alive, Blood Luni said in a cold and strange voice. Are you from the 5th mainland? Someone asked loudly. Blood Luni laughed maniacally. Guess as you please. Maybe I am, maybe I am not. Now let the game begin. A die appeared in his hand and he casually tossed it out. It landed on the ground under everyone's watchful eyes, and in the end, one of the dice landed face up with a 3. 3 pips? If you're lucky, 3 of you will be able to leave this place alive, Blood Luni said sinisterly. As he spoke, the blood lotus grew redder and redder. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as the sense of danger was growing stronger. This person was very strong. The fatty's face paled. Can't you wait for 2 more days? My time is almost up. Luni, are you trying to deal with all of us by yourself? Someone shouted angrily. Blood Luni did not reply. The blood lotus roots extended down the cauldron's mouth, and it looked like he was planning to cover the entire cauldron with blood lotuses. Those who could appear in the Daoist sect's ruins were not ordinary cultivators, and they all had a certain sense of danger. The scene of that person being turned into a pool of blood and absorbed by the blood lotus had made the crowd not dare to act rashly. However, at this moment, it was obvious that that person wanted to attack everyone. The crowd no longer hesitated and the dozen or so people leaped up to attack Blood Looney. These people all possessed the strength of the top 100 rankings. Some of them even possessed the strength of the top 30 on the top 100 rankings. Faced with the siege of so many experts, Blood Looney's eyes turned red. His pupils changed, turning into those of a wild beast. Then he let out an indescribably cold roar. The blood lotus boiled and a blood-red dragon rushed out. That's a corpse dragon, a blood lotus flower and 2 bloodlines. I know who he is. He's the Blood Looney who was sealed in ice 1,000 years ago after he failed to become one of the Daoist's 3 skies. Someone exclaimed from within the cauldron. Blood Looney laughed maniacally. I'll use your blood to create a lotus and strengthen myself. I'll wait here for the Daoist's 3 skies. Only by replacing the Daoist's 3 skies will I be able to quell my anger after being frozen for 1,000 years. Bang! Bang! The blood-red corpse dragon collided with the dozen or so cultivators. Although these cultivators were not weak, they were all at a disadvantage against the corpse dragon. In just a single exchange, at least 5 of them were torn apart and devoured by the corpse dragon, turning into a pool of blood to create a lotus flower. Everyone, let's attack together. The more blood the blood lotus absorbs, the stronger it becomes. We can't let him succeed. Someone shouted and the others immediately attacked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. These people did not know the difference in strength between them and Blood Looney. Regardless of whether it was Blood Looney or Xianxia, they were both hunters and they were not ordinary hunters either. Corpse dragon after corpse dragon rushed out of the blood lotus flower and filled the cauldron before attacking everyone. A corpse dragon rushed towards Lu Yin. It was more than 10 meters long and it was accompanied by a bloody aura. The fatty screamed, "Bro, save me." Lu Yin clenched his fist and then slapped out with his palm. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a boom as the corpse dragon was scattered by Lu Yin's palm, but it instantly recovered and lashed out with its tail. Lu Yin immediately dodged the attack, causing the space around him to distort to the point of almost being torn apart. The shockwave sent the fatty flying. Any random corpse dragon was already so powerful, but there were at least hundreds of them within the cauldron. This was an insurmountable gap. Mr. Bai flipped his fan and palm shadows flew out, transforming into imprints that merged into his forehead. He then slapped the corpse dragon and scattered it as well. However, the corpse dragon recovered and continued to bite at Lu Yin. Miss Qing continuously dodged. Within the cauldron, people would occasionally be devoured by the corpse dragon to strengthen the blood lotus flower. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. This person had once competed for the position of Daoist's 3 skies, so he was at least at the level of a realmling. A realmling was an existence that could compete with the 10 arbiters, which meant that Lu Yin was currently facing a power at the level of the 10 arbiters. This was the first time that Lu Yin had faced such a power without the aid of any external items, and he was at his wits' end. Another corpse dragon charged over and viciously slammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand and his fates and transformed into an earth barrier in front of him, forcibly blocking the corpse dragon's charge. He then pressed both hands against the corpse dragon's body, enveloped it with 7-lined battle force and violently pushed it away. Not too far away, the outline of a sky-eater pig appeared on the fatty's body, and he bit at the corpse dragon. The corpse dragon similarly bit at the fatty. The dragon and the pig bit at each other and it was a shocking sight. Mr. Bai leaped over to Lu Yin's side. "Deaf-mute bro, it's time to go all out. Whether or not we can leave this place alive will depend on our luck." Lu Yin felt helpless as his battle force, domain and physical strength were all unable to contend against these corpse dragons. Even if they were scattered, they could still recover and they were too difficult to deal with. Furthermore, more and more people around them were being devoured, and the more they devoured, the stronger the blood lotus became. As time passed, Blood Looney would only become stronger. Once he absorbed the blood of many people in the Daoist sex ruins, he might actually be able to kill experts at the level of the Daoist's 3 skies. They were merely stepping stones on his path to glory. Right now there was only one way, and that was to use the Dream Finger to attack Blood Looney. He had to guarantee that he would be able to hit his target and he might even be able to injure him. Of course, Lu Yin did not expect that he would be able to kill Blood Looney with a single finger, as that would be unrealistic. After all, Blood Looney was at the level of the 10 arbiters. Although the people within the cauldron were being suppressed, it was not as if there were no experts among them. A man and a woman broke through the encirclement of the corpse dragons and arrived in front of Blood Looney. Blood Looney looked up and purple veins appeared on his face. This was 8-line battle force. The imprints behind the man and woman's backs overflowed with might. Blood Looney licked his lips. Cosmic Imprinter, you two are not bad. He then raised a hand and used his physical body to receive the 2 experts' attacks. At the same time, the phantom image of an old man appeared behind Blood Looney. This old man's appearance was clear and his might was unparalleled. The fatty was horrified. That's old man Zhou, the Cosmic Imprinter. While Lu Yin had been chatting with these people, he had learned a bit about the 6th Mainland's imprinters. Imprinters were powerhouses who had reached a certain level of power, and they could use their own power to strengthen a cultivator's body through certain connections to increase that cultivator's power level. It could also be said that they were borrowing power, and the cultivator's power level was based on the strength that the cultivator could withstand. Imprinter, Universe Imprinter, Cosmic Imprinter, Cosmic Imprinter, and Cosmic Imprinter. These were the ranks of imprinters. Lu Yin had made some comparisons, and he concluded that imprinters should be envoys whose power levels exceeded 500,000. Only powerhouses with power levels above 500,000 could increase a cultivator's power level by projecting their power through certain connections. As for cosmic imprinters, if Lu Yin's guess was correct, they were likely to be extremely terrifying powerhouses with power levels close to 1,000,000. The stronger one's imprint was, the greater the increase in one's strength would be. Between 2 people who were at the same realm, there was a huge difference between a person who was an imprinter and a person who was a celestial imprinter. It was just like the difference between a normal explorer and an explorer on the top 100 rankings. Of course, imprinters could not be imprinted at will, and it depended on their own endurance. Lu Yin did not know about this. However, the fatty could only withstand the Yen family's imprinter, and he could not withstand the universe imprinter of a higher level. And now, a terrifying figure with a cosmic imprinter had appeared in front of him, and that cosmic imprinter's appearance was still very clear. The fatty's fear was not without reason. The 2 powerhouses who had been close to Blood Looney were almost as strong as Autumn Frost Qing, but they had still been defeated by Blood Looney. They had been reduced to blood that had fused into the Blood Lotus, and the corpse dragon's power had also increased slightly. Mr. Bai's face sank. Everyone, fight with your lives on the line. Miss Qing's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin took a deep breath. The secret art, Dream Finger, Battle Force, and Domain. He did not know if they would be able to survive until the end. One of the 4 would definitely die. Just as they were about to give it their all, the dozens of corpse dragons in the sky all exploded. A white figure flashed through the void and appeared in front of Blood Looney. Then, under Blood Looney's incredulous gaze, the white spear pierced through his neck. At that moment, the cauldron fell silent. All of the corpse dragons had been reduced to blood that poured onto the ground. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Blood Looney had been killed. A white spear, exquisite white armor, and a mask. This person had suddenly appeared in front of everyone and killed Blood Looney with a single strike. No one would be able to forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Drip, drip, drip. Blood dripped down the white spear from Blood Looney's neck. The spear was pulled back and Blood Looney slowly fell to the ground. Everyone looked up at the person who looked like a knight. At that moment, the person turned his spear around and pointed it at the Blood Lotus. "Come out," he said. Everyone followed his gaze and saw another figure appear within the Blood Lotus. Everyone's expressions changed. Blood Looney? Everyone subconsciously looked at the ground. Blood Looney's neck had been pierced through, and he was slowly melting into a pool of blood. Everyone's eyes flickered as they stared at Blood Looney, who had walked out of the Blood Lotus. This guy was not dead. Blood Looney excitedly stared at the person in white armor. "I never thought that there would be someone like you here. Who are you?" The person in white armor raised his spear. "The person who will kill you." He then thrust his spear forward, revealing its sharpness. It instantly pierced through the void and arrived in front of Blood Looney. Chapter 642. Blood Looney raised his hand and grabbed the tip of the spear, causing it to stop a millimeter away from his eyes. "This is the strength of a realmling, but there's no bloodline aura. You must be a realmling from the progenitor of martial or secret progenitor territory. After that, dozens of corpse dragons appeared behind Blood Loony and charged towards the white-armored man. The white-armored man's spear spun and sliced Blood Loony's hand into bone. The spear effortlessly exploded the corpse dragons and smashed towards Blood Loony. Blood Loony laughed maniacally as flesh grew out of his hand and rapidly recovered. At the same time, his 8-line battle force also appeared. Bang! The violent collision created a shockwave that swept through the cauldron. Everyone was affected by the shockwave and they all felt a terrifying power. Lu Yin was shocked as this was the power of the 10 arbiters and it was not something that he could interfere with right now. How lucky! A realmling actually appeared, the fatty rejoiced. Mr. Bai was puzzled. Which territory's realmling is this? The 3 progenitors and 9 territories should be able to recognize him, but this person is very unfamiliar. Miss Qing's eyes trembled. What if he's not a realmling? Mr. Bai looked at her and their eyes met. If that's the case, then we'll still have to fight with our lives on the line. What are you guys talking about? The fatty was confused. Lu Yin calmly replied, what they're saying is that if this person isn't a realmling, then he must be one of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters. It wasn't just Mr. Bai and the others who were confused as everyone else was as well. Of the 3 progenitors and 9 territories, there were only a total of 9 realmlings, so it was very easy to recognize them. However, no one had recognized this person, so it was very likely that he was one of the 10 arbiters. These people were only guessing, but Lu Yin was basically certain of this person's identity. Bang 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 bang. Violent explosions rang out as blood lotuses boiled up above, and corpse dragons appeared one after another. Blood Loony used his corpse dragons to attack, but the armored man's spear danced, preventing the corpse dragons from even taking half a step forward. Blood Loony laughed maniacally and behind him the celestial imprinter Xianxia old man appeared once again. He raised his hand and a blood lotus appeared in the void and pressed down on the armored man. A blood lotus. The armored man was viciously smashed into the ground by the blood lotus, and his armor visibly disintegrated. Who are you? Let me take a look. Blood Loony roared his eyes. The armored man raised his head. His face was clearly covered by a mask, but in that instant, everyone felt a supreme majesty. A mighty bell rang out and the blood lotus evaporated. On the ground and in the sky, the phantom of a palace appeared. At this moment, everyone felt the pressure from the heavens. Blood Loony's eyes narrowed. You're not from the 6th mainland. You're a remnant of the 5th mainland. Everyone looked at the armored man. The armored man gripped his spear tightly and leapt up. With a thump, he smashed Blood Loony into the blood-colored lotus at the mouth of the cauldron. White Knight, one of the 10 arbiters of the 5th mainland. Please enlighten me. Everyone was stunned. The 5th mainland's 10 arbiters? Lu Yin sighed. As expected, he had guessed correctly. There was only one person among the 10 arbiters who was dressed like a knight, and that person was none other than White Knight Spirit Palace's Lingling clan genius. The 10 arbiters had appeared one after another in the ruins of the Daoist sect, and this place had already become a battlefield for the younger generation of the 5th and 6th mainlands to compete with each other. Lu Yin had not expected to run into White Knight here. If his guess was correct, then White Knight had wanted to slaughter everyone here, but she had accidentally been trapped by Blood Loony. Was he lucky or unlucky? Blood Loony and White Knight were destined to fight. White Knight was the one who had brought Wendy Yushan into Myriad Swords Peak. Lu Yin looked up with a complicated expression, and it was only at this moment that he truly understood the strength of the 10 arbiters. Even Blood Loony was helpless against them. The others also had complicated feelings. They were from the 6th mainland and they were natural enemies with the 5th mainland. However, at this moment they did not wish for White Knight to lose. If she did, then Blood Loony's strength would increase, and they would not be able to escape the fate of death. Blood Loony's eyes were filled with excitement. One of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters? It's been 1,000 years since I last saw you, and the 5th mainland actually has a powerhouse like you. Good. Once I absorb you, I'll definitely be able to kill the Daoist 3 skies. Blood energy enveloped his body as he viciously charged at White Knight like a suit of blood-colored armor. Around them, the palaces and blood lotuses collided, but there was no earth-shattering collision. Instead, the palaces and blood lotuses continued to expand and invade each other's territory, consuming each other's energy. At this moment, White Knight and Blood Loony collided, and everyone else felt their brains tremble as several people collapsed to the ground. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. The collision of their innate gifts had produced an intense spiritual force suppression, and most people would not be able to withstand it. With a thump, the fatty collapsed to the ground and fainted. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing's expressions changed, and they sat down at the same time while gritting their teeth. From time to time, people would collapse to the ground. Regardless of whether it was Blood Loony or White Knight, neither of them cared about the deaths of these people. They had appeared with the intention of annihilating everyone here. Lu Yin's mind exploded, but he could still withstand it. The effects of his many years of reciting the Stonewall scriptures were very obvious, and even the spiritual force of these two could not suppress him. He was the only one who could remain standing. Bang! 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 Blood Loony and White Knight clashed faster and faster, leaving behind afterimages in the sky that quickly disappeared. Lu Yin could not even see them clearly. At this moment, the blood lotuses and the palaces simultaneously extended towards them. One of the cultivators was caught up in the shockwaves and was instantly vaporized into a puddle of blood. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He could not be touched. He grabbed the fatty and tried to drag him away, but forcefully withstanding the two pressures was already his limit. It was very difficult for him to move, and as the two phenomena drew closer and closer, cultivators began to die one after another. Just leave. Don't worry about us, Mr. Bai said with difficulty. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he helplessly began to recite the Stonewall scriptures. As long as he was in a desperate situation, the Stonewall scriptures would always have a miraculous effect. This time was no exception. After reciting the Stonewall scriptures, the pressure lessened, and Lu Yin hurriedly grabbed the fatty, Mr. Bai and Miss Qing and moved towards the edge of the cauldron. However, before they could take more than a few steps, the cauldron actually shook, and a phantom image of the cauldron appeared in Lu Yin's mind, emitting an unparalleled pressure. Was this a battle technique? Lu Yin was ecstatic as he had not expected that reciting the Stonewall scriptures would actually resonate with the cauldron and allow him to comprehend a battle technique. However, a shockwave suddenly swept over and struck him in the back, sending him, Mr. Bai, and the other two flying back dozens of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and when he looked back he saw that White Knight and Blood Loony were both grabbing onto their spears. Streaks of energy shot out in all directions as they clashed with star energy. Countless streaks of energy swept out in all directions, and some struck the cauldron, some struck the cultivators, and some struck the blood lotuses that sealed the cauldron's mouth. The palaces and the blood lotuses stopped spreading and began to corrode each other. Another shockwave swept over and Lu Yin used his fates to block it. Beside him, Mr. Bai and Miss Qing slowly recovered and thanked Lu Yin. Lu Yin anxiously said, "Stop talking nonsense and be careful. It won't feel good if you get hit by this kind of shockwave." "What a pair of freaks," Miss Qing muttered. Mr. Bai smiled bitterly. "It looks like our plans to explore the Daoist sect will have to be put on hold. This place has already become a battlefield for the top powerhouses of the 5th mainland and 6th mainland's younger generation. It's not a place where the two of us can interfere." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If it had been before, he would not have cared, but he had just comprehended a battle technique from the cauldron. Although he had not been able to successfully comprehend it due to the lack of time, he had already grasped the method. All he needed to do was recite the Stonewall scriptures and he would not give up on this place. Legend had it that the 9 cauldrons had 9 battle techniques, and if the 9 battle techniques were combined into one, they would be invincible. Lu Yin was currently lacking a powerful battle technique, and since the Stonewall scriptures could cause this cauldron to react, did that mean that all 9 cauldrons could do it? Did that mean that he could comprehend one of the 9 cauldrons' battle techniques and comprehend the rumored invincible battle technique? To any cultivator, this was a great temptation as many cultivators had lost their lives for this opportunity. Lu Yin was also a cultivator and he did not want to give up on this battle technique, even if this place had become a top-notch battlefield. With an invincible battle technique right in front of him, danger and opportunity coexisted. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and looked up. It was impossible for him to comprehend it now, as the shockwaves from the battle between these two could interrupt him at any moment. He could only wait until the next time he entered this top-notch battlefield. Up above, White Knight and Blood Loony gripped onto each other's spears. Star energy collided, causing thunderous explosions that caused cracks to appear all around them. The fifth mainland was actually able to give birth to a powerhouse like you. It's a pity that war is upon us and you have no room to grow. Blood Loony shouted excitedly. Behind him, Xianxia old man's imprint was very clear, and it looked just like a real person. White Knight replied in a low voice, "You're just slaves to a fixed cultivation system. You have no future." Blood Loony laughed maniacally. "So what? I'll still slaughter you all. Our sky has been changed by you creating a false power. Even so, the sixth mainland's peers still can't defeat us. Xing Kai killed one of your realmlings, so you can't defeat me. This is the difference between us, so I'm very sure that the truth of the ancient war is not as recorded in history. You've covered up history." White Knight shouted. Blood Loony laughed sinisterly. "What does that have to do with me? I just want to kill you and use your blood to forge the path to the Daoist three skies. I've already said that you can't defeat me." White Knight shouted. Their star energy collided even more fiercely and the space around the two warped. Countless shockwaves spread out, and the remaining cultivators gradually woke up and looked up in fear. 2 days passed and the battle between the two did not stop. However, it was obvious that both of them were exhausted, especially White Knight, whose spear was already starting to crack. Blood Loony grinned as blood lotuses appeared, and countless corpse dragons crashed into White Knight. "You're finished." Below, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Were the 10 arbiters about to be defeated? There was a loud boom as White Knight was struck by countless corpse dragons. At the same time, Blood Loony's battle force suddenly turned red. This was 9-lined battle force and he had been hiding his strength all this time. At this critical moment he unleashed a palm strike that pierced through White Knight's abdomen, and a bloody light illuminated Blood Loony's sinister face. The crowd below felt a chill as Blood Loony had won in the end. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. The 10 arbiters had really been defeated. In the universe, the 10 arbiters were synonymous with invincibility. No one had ever heard of any of the 10 arbiters being defeated, and the average person did not even know their names. They were godlike existences amongst their peers, and they possessed supreme authority and influence that permeated the entire universe. Even such characters had been defeated. Chapter 643. Lu Yin stared at Blood Loony, who was standing high up in the sky. This was the strength of a powerhouse from the 6th mainland who could compete for the position of one of the Daoist three skies. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that the Lingling Palace belonged to the Lingling clan, and the Lingling clan had a technique known as soul splitting. Up above, White Knight's body had been pierced through. Blood Loony pulled his hand back and licked the blood off it. The red in his eyes grew even more resplendent as he stared at White Knight's eyes. He could see the pain in those eyes and he grew even more excited. Suddenly, Blood Loony's gaze froze. He could see his own figure in White Knight's eyes, but he also saw another figure appear behind him. He hurriedly turned around only to see a spear about to pierce his throat. At the critical moment, Blood Loony grabbed the spear, but his 9-lined battle force prevented White Knight from advancing any further. You're not dead?" Blood Loony was certain that he had just killed White Knight as his eyes could not be faked. But why was there another person in front of him? White Knight's spear vibrated and knocked Blood Loony's hand away. The body of the spear struck Blood Loony's body and sent him flying. Below them, the palace that had stopped expanding began to glow again, evaporating all of the blood lotuses within it. A mighty bell rang out, sounding like the sound of a heavenly palace. Blood Loony clutched his chest as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He stared at White Knight with a crazed expression. "How is this possible? How can you defeat me?" White Knight pointed his spear at Blood Loony. "I've already said that you have no future. Even the so-called Daoist three skies are just slaves to a fixed cultivation system. You can't defeat us with just your strength." He then stabbed out with his spear again. Blood Loony roared, and the blood lotuses that had sealed the cauldron melted and turned into blood that was absorbed by him. His entire body turned scarlet as he charged towards White Knight. White Knight's gaze froze, and the palace glowed brightly as his spear continued forward. There was a bang as a giant spatial crack extended towards the sky. An intense gale crushed down, causing several cultivators to cough up blood. Even Lu Yin's heart sank as his chest tightened, and he almost coughed up blood. The sky distorted as the two figures retreated. They had both used their full strength, and both the blood lotuses and the palace instantly vanished. Both figures crashed into the cauldron and spat out blood at the same time. It was impossible to tell who had won as both of them had been injured. The blood lotuses at the cauldron had disappeared. However, the mouth of the cauldron was still blocked by the two people and no one dared to rush out. At this moment White Knight leapt up and left. A clamor could be heard from outside the cauldron. Someone had probably arrived. White Knight was from the Fifth Mainland, and if he was exposed he would be surrounded and attacked by everyone. He had no choice but to retreat with his heavy injuries. Blood Looney stared into the distance with unwillingness as he clenched his fists. If he could absorb this person's blood he would definitely be able to defeat the current generation's Daoist 3 skies. "Let's go," someone within the cauldron shouted. They were afraid of being trapped by Blood Looney again. Although Blood Looney was injured, the difference in power was too great. Even if he was injured they didn't dare to fight him. Now there were less than 20 survivors in the cauldron. All of them rushed out of the cauldron and fled in all directions. Blood Looney became anxious and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had indeed wanted to seal the cauldron's mouth, but it was too late. He could only choose a direction to chase after, and that direction just so happened to be where Lu Yin and the others were. "Why is this lunatic chasing us?" The fatty panicked as he woke up. The moment he woke up he saw Blood Looney chasing after him. "Did you guys provoke him? Let's split up. If he dares to chase after us, it means that his injuries aren't too serious and he's confident in dealing with us," Mr. Bai suggested. Miss Qing and Lu Yin agreed. "Split up? Who should I follow?" The fatty was terrified. He was the weakest and he was also the slowest. Lu Yin frowned as this damn fatty was really troublesome. Just as he was about to speak, the fatty disappeared. Lu Yin was speechless as this guy's luck was truly extraordinary. Mr. Bai, Miss Qing and Lu Yin all split up, and the three of them headed in 3 different directions. Blood Looney bellowed. If not for his heavy injuries he would not have let these 3 escape given his speed. He glanced around and then decided on a direction to chase after them. "Seventh bro, that lunatic is chasing after you," the monkey cried out. Lu Yin looked back and happened to meet Blood Looney's red eyes. His expression changed. "Why is he chasing after me? Can he tell that I'm from the Fifth Mainland?" "Seventh bro, you're really a firefly in the dark. You're being chased wherever you go," the monkey said bitterly. Lu Yin felt helpless as well and he suddenly thought of a possibility. 2 days ago he had been the only one who had remained standing during the clash between the two phenomena, and he had even taken Mr. Bai and the others away. Perhaps that was why Blood Looney had determined that he was very strong, or at least stronger than the others. Only the blood of powerhouses was valuable and this lunatic had guessed correctly. Lu Yin smiled wryly as it was better to keep a low profile. Behind him Blood Looney attacked. A corpse dragon charged out from his body and charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin increased his speed, but the space in front of him suddenly split open. He hurriedly dodged and the corpse dragon disappeared into the void. Another corpse dragon then charged out and charged towards him. The space within the 9 cauldrons was relatively stable, but Lu Yin would rather not. Even if Blood Looney was injured he was still very fast. "You can't catch me. Go chase after someone else," Lu Yin shouted. Blood Looney grinned. "You're the one." Lu Yin wanted to turn around and risk his life. With the secret art and the dream finger he might be able to deal with Blood Looney in his current state, but after some thought he decided against it. Not long after he saw a pillar of light in the middle of the 9 cauldrons. Lu Yin was delighted and he quickly charged towards it. Blood Looney snorted and raised a hand, causing a giant blood lotus to appear in the sky and descend. The pillar of light was right in front of him, and Lu Yin casually waved his hand to activate the secret art. The blood lotus was diverted in another direction. Blood Looney's eyes narrowed. "Is this a battle technique?" "No, with your strength a battle technique won't be able to block it. This is a secret technique. You know a secret technique." Lu Yin gritted his teeth and stepped into the pillar of light. "Don't run. Hand over the secret technique." Blood Looney went all out and spat out a mouthful of blood that turned into a surge of blood energy. He tore through the void and appeared in front of Lu Yin, stepping into the pillar of light with him. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as the scene before him changed. He had left the space within the 9 cauldrons and arrived at a canyon with Blood Looney at the same time. Blood Looney grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder, and Lu Yin grabbed Blood Looney's wrist. Both of them exerted their strength at the same time. Blood Looney's wrist was broken and he was shocked. He had actually lost in a contest of strength? He didn't even think about it as he released his 9-line battle force and struck out with a palm. Lu Yin released his 7-line battle force at the same time and used his fates and to block the attack. There was a thump, and the fates and trembled as Lu Yin was sent flying out of the pillar of light. His chest tightened and he fled into the distance without even looking back. Blood Looney coughed out another mouthful of blood. He had already been heavily injured from his battle with White Knight, and he had even used his battle technique and 9-line battle force to chase after Lu Yin, which had worsened his injuries. However, for the secret technique everything was worth it. As long as he could obtain it, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Why did he want to become one of the Daoist 3 skies? Aside from the experts from the secret progenitor realm, the experts from the progenitor of blood and progenitor of martial realms could only become one of the Daoist 3 skies if they wanted to obtain the secret technique. This was his true goal. Only by obtaining the secret technique would he be invincible. Blood Looney slammed a palm against his chest, and his face paled as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood transformed into vitality that covered his body, and he tore through the void once more to chase after Lu Yin. This time he appeared behind Lu Yin with Xianxia Old Man's imprint appearing behind him. An enormous pressure caused Lu Yin's back to turn cold. Stop right there and hand over the secret technique. Blood Looney then reached out to grab Lu Yin. Lu Yin stopped and turned around. He raised a finger but his eyes suddenly went slack and he lost consciousness. Boundless rage erupted as he tapped out with the dream finger. The void froze, and only the finger could be heard as it traversed through space and tapped on Blood Looney's palm. The finger pierced through his palm and headed for his head, but it did not succeed. Blood Looney was too strong and Lu Yin's finger could not even touch him. Helpless, Lu Yin retracted his finger. However, the power of that finger had still sent Blood Looney flying back 100 meters. The void returned to normal and Lu Yin escaped once more. Blood was dripping from his finger. Blood Looney was shocked and he clutched his shoulder as fresh blood flowed from his palm. How was this possible? An explorer had actually injured him and he had been unable to dodge that finger attack. What kind of battle technique was that? This person had a secret technique, a battle technique and even battle force. He was an absolute freak. Hold on, this person didn't use an imprint. Blood Looney suddenly looked up. There was only one possibility for someone to not use an imprint in a life or death situation. This person couldn't possibly be another survivor of the 5th mainland. Blood Looney roared and chased after Lu Yin. He had to capture this person as this person's secret technique and battle technique were the best gifts for him after being sealed in ice for 1,000 years. Despite being injured several times, Blood Looney did not give up. Lu Yin was helpless as this madman had definitely guessed that he was not from the 6th mainland. Once he encountered a cultivator from the 6th mainland he would be in trouble. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about this, he saw someone starting a fire in front of him. From the looks of it, the person was trying to cook some food. Lu Yin wanted to avoid him but he decided against it. Blood Looney wanted to obtain the secret technique the most right now, and he could not allow Lu Yin's identity to be exposed. He was also afraid that Lu Yin would be captured. In this madman's eyes, regardless of whether it was someone from the 5th mainland or the 6th mainland, they were all enemies. Lu Yin eagerly rushed towards the fire, hoping that a ruthless character would appear. Someone like Autumn Frost Qing would suffice. Blood Looney also saw that someone was starting a fire in the distance, and he gritted his teeth and spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was even paler than before. Even if he managed to obtain the secret technique he would need a long time to recover. But for the secret technique it was worth it. Everyone who stood in his way had to die. Zhou Xian had always thought of himself as an ambitious youth. Ever since he had been young he had dreamed of spreading his glorious image throughout the entire 6th mainland. Not only the progenitor of blood territory, but even the progenitor of martial territory and secret progenitor territory had to have a glorious image of him. Unfortunately, this dream had been shattered the moment he had matured. His name was destined to never shine. Yes, everything else was fine. His image, temperament and style of speech were all very good. The only problem was his name, which had become the greatest stain in his life. He had thought of rebelling and changing his name, but he had failed. Aside from being beaten up countless times, nothing good had come out of it. Originally, he had not wanted to give up and had wanted to wait until he became an absolute powerhouse before changing his name. But when he had reached adulthood, his family's ancestor had gifted him with a power vessel. From then on, Nong Zitian knew that he would never be able to shake off his name, as that power vessel was a hoe. Chapter 644. When he thought about the hoe, Nong Zitian wanted to vomit blood. Who would refine a hoe into a power vessel? Who was it? Nong Zitian wished that he could drag that bastard out of his grave and whip his corpse. A hoe had caused Nong Zitian to lose all hope. From then on, he would never return from his path of being a country bumpkin. Being confident and elegant had nothing to do with him anymore. He had already lost all hope, and even as he walked down the street he felt like someone was laughing at him. After holding it in for a long time, Nong Zitian finally thought it through and decided to let go. If it was a hoe, then so be it. He had a hoe and he was proud of it. Of course, even though he had let go, he still felt some regret. However, this regret had completely disappeared when he entered the first divine gate in the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Daoist sect. The Sixth Mainland had invaded the Fifth Mainland, and as a descendant of a cosmic imprinter family, he had to go to the front lines. Before that, his family had sent him to the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Daoist sect to search for opportunities. Nong Zitian's luck had always been good, and he had been complacent, vowing to obtain countless treasures just like his ancestor. But who would have thought that he would run into a madman as soon as he entered the first divine gate? Thanks to his ancestors' teachings, and thanks to Nong Zitian's teachings, Nong Zitian's family had always recorded any potential life-threatening experts as a precaution. This was the key to Nong Zitian's survival, and that madman had been recorded in the records. Blood Looney had been a monster who had failed to seize the position of one of the Daoist's three skies 1,000 years ago and had killed many people before being sealed in ice. The moment Blood Looney had seen Blood Looney, he had fled at lightning speed. As he thought about this, Nong Zitian was once again grateful to the hoe. This hoe's speed was really good and it had disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was also because of this that Nong Zitian no longer had any regrets, as the hoe was a good thing. As for his friends, they were just fair-weather friends. Those bastards had mocked him countless times, and they would definitely regret not having a decent hoe. After wandering around the ruins of the Daoist sect for a few days, Nong Zitian was tired and he was about to cook something to eat. However, just as he started a fire, he saw someone rushing towards him from the distance. It seemed that the person had no intention of stopping, and Nong Zitian stood up to teach that person a lesson. Although he was not very strong, he was still a descendant of a cosmic imprinter family, which meant that he was still in the blood. That person was getting closer and closer, and Nong Zitian was ready. He was about to make his move. There seemed to be someone chasing after that person. Was he trying to escape? No wonder he was so flustered that he didn't know where to go. It didn't matter. Anyone who dared to come after him was courting death. Wait a minute, why does that person in red look so familiar? Nong Zitian rubbed his eyes and then his expression changed drastically. Blood Looney? *CK. Nong Zitian cursed fiercely as he stepped onto the hoe and fled. Lu Yin quickly rushed towards Nong Zitian. He saw Nong Zitian stand up and he could sense the man's hostility. Lu Yin knew that Nong Zitian was about to attack, but just as he was about to speak, he saw Nong Zitian step forward and grab him. Oh, what the hell? With a swoosh, Nong Zitian's hoe flew through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he subconsciously activated the secret art. The hoe appeared beneath Nong Zitian's body, and due to inertia, it swept past Nong Zitian and quickly overtook him. Nong Zitian fell to the ground with a bang, his mouth full of mud. He looked down and thought, damn, where's the hoe? A gust of wind blew past and Nong Zitian saw that the hoe was under that person's butt. Nong Zitian was confused. What was going on? At that moment he felt a chill run down his spine, and a terrifying aura washed over him. The ground was illuminated red, and Nong Zitian was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Blood Looney had arrived and Nong Zitian pulled out another hoe from his robes. He stepped onto it and quickly charged forward. Blood Looney was stunned. What was going on? He could not understand what was going on, and all he knew was that Lu Yin was getting further and further away from him. This was not good. Blood Looney slapped his chest again, causing him to spit out blood. His speed increased once more and he tore through the void as he flickered incessantly. Nong Xian looked back and his face went pale. Don't chase me, this has nothing to do with me. Up ahead, Lu Yin tightly grasped the hoe. How was he supposed to control this thing? He could not control it and its inertia slowed him down further and further. At that moment, Nong Xian caught up and glared at Lu Yin. Give me back the hoe. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he casually waved his hand again, tossing the hoe under him to Nong Xian. Nong Xian, who had been accelerating, placed the hoe under his butt and accelerated once more. Nong Xian was speechless. What had changed? Blood Looney closed in once more, and Nong Xian immediately controlled the hoe that Lu Yin had tossed over to increase his speed. Just like that, with Lu Yin's secret art active, the two of them continuously swapped hoes and gradually pulled away from Blood Looney. Blood Looney really did spit out blood. Nong Xian also wanted to spit out blood, as he was depressed by Lu Yin's actions. What was going on? This was a secret technique, right? Where had this pervert come from? How could he use a secret technique to trade for a hoe? Who are you? Give me back the hoe. Nong Xian was furious. Lu Yin answered, here, and then swapped hoes. Nong Xian was furious. You've gone too far. Lu Yin was helpless. Brother, I'll apologize to you after we get rid of that madman. I'll kill you. Nong Xian was furious. Then forget it. The hoe is mine. Wait, no, it's useless to you. You don't know how to control it. It doesn't matter. I'll keep it. Without me controlling it, you won't be able to escape. That's why we have to work together. Blood Looney is looking for you. You know him? An acquaintance? That's even better. Hurry up and persuade him to stop. Nong Xian. Suddenly the sky changed and black and white alternated. In that instant, Lu Yin and Nong Xian's hearts trembled. Above their heads a black and white light flashed past, followed by a violent tremor. Lu Yin's eyes went blank for a moment, but then he reacted and looked back. He saw that Blood Looney's clothes were stained with blood, and half of his body was missing. In front of him was a figure whose back was facing them. The moment he saw this figure, Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he hurriedly changed his face. Although he could not see the figure's face, he knew who it was. The black and white hair was too obvious. There was only one Day-Night clan member who could appear here. One of the 10 arbiters of the Day-Night royal family, Night King Zhenwu. Nong Xian also reacted at this moment and he looked back. When he saw Blood Looney's miserable state, his mouth fell open. What? Who are you? Who are you? Blood Looney shrieked as he stared at the youth who had suddenly appeared and shattered half of his body with a single punch. The youth had his hands clasped behind his back and his gaze was arrogant. Fifth Mainland, Night King Zhenwu, one of the 10 arbiters. Blood Looney was stunned and then he laughed bitterly. The Fifth Mainland is still the Fifth Mainland. I never thought that I would die at the hands of a remnant of the Fifth Mainland. Ah. Night King Zhenwu's gaze was calm. Die. He then raised a hand and struck out. It was clearly an ordinary palm strike, but it caused Lu Yin and Nong Xian's hearts to tremble once more. Every move of Arbiter Zhenwu's contained unfathomable might. Blood Looney gritted his teeth so hard that they shattered. With half of his body shattered, he would definitely die, but he did not want to die in such a dubious manner. This person had taken advantage of his injuries to try and take his life, and he did not want to die at this person's hands. Blood lotuses bloomed beneath his feet, and corpse dragons rushed towards Night King Zhenwu. Night King Zhenwu frowned. What a last-ditch effort. He then struck out with his palm, causing the corpse dragons to scatter. Blood Looney then rushed backwards under the protection of the blood lotuses. Night King Zhenwu arrogantly glanced in Lu Yin and Nong Xian's direction, but he ignored them and chased after Blood Looney. Soon, Blood Looney and Night King Zhenwu's figures disappeared. Blood Looney is dead for sure, Nong Xian muttered. Lu Yin nodded. Yeah, he's dead for sure. Not to mention that he was currently heavily injured. Even if he had met Night King Zhenwu at his peak, it was hard to say whether or not he could win. Arbiter Zhenwu was tyrannical even among the 10 arbiters, and nobody knew exactly how strong he was. White Knight had been able to fight Blood Looney to the point where both of them were heavily injured, and she had even gained the upper hand. Night King Jinwu could do the same, and he might even be stronger. Sometimes, Lu Yin could not understand how the arbiters could be so powerful, even though the Sixth Mainland's overall strength was far greater than the Fifth Mainland's. The Fifth Mainland also had the Neoverse, which had the Hall of Honor, the Sirius Sect, and the Three Dark Hands. The younger generation nurtured by these powers might not be any weaker than the 10 arbiters. Thus, the Fifth Mainland had far more top-notch powerhouses than the Sixth Mainland, which was incomprehensible. The average strength of the Sixth Mainland's younger generation was definitely greater than the Fifth Mainland's, but from what Lu Yin could see, the Fifth Mainland had more top-notch powerhouses than the Sixth Mainland, which was the exact opposite. It was a very strange situation. He recalled what White Knight had said during her battle with Blood Looney. All of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were slaves to a fixed cultivation system, and they had no future. Could this be the reason? Or could it be that the Sixth Mainland had a top-notch powerhouse that could crush everything in the younger generation? The Daoist's Three Skies? Lu Yin pondered this. Blood Looney had been able to compete for the position of one of the Daoist's Three Skies 1,000 years ago, which meant that the Daoist's Three Skies might not be that much stronger than the Realmlings. Or could it be that one's strength would experience a qualitative leap after becoming one of the Daoist's Three Skies? While Lu Yin was thinking about this, Nong Zitian grabbed his collar. Nong Zitian glared at him fiercely. "Give me back my hoe." Lu Yin raised a hand. "Here." Nong Zitian snorted and put away the hoe. Lu Yin was puzzled. "This power vessel of yours is really strange. You even have 2 hoes. What, do you have a problem with that? 1 male and 1 female. What's wrong?" Nong Zitian was annoyed. Lu Yin choked. "There was a male and female hoe?" Nong Zitian glared at Lu Yin again and then turned to leave. Lu Yin thought about it and then followed him. Nong Zitian stared at him. "Why are you following me?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I don't have anywhere to go. Let's go together." Nong Zitian was furious. "No way. The more people there are, the bigger the target." Lu Yin did not care and continued to follow Nong Zitian. Nong Zitian's hoe was too useful and it was extremely fast. Even Blood Looney could not catch up to it. Following Nong Zitian would definitely be safe, and at the very least Lu Yin would be able to escape. However far Nong Zitian walked, Lu Yin followed. Lu Yin wanted to use the hoe to shake this guy off, but when he thought about Nong Zitian's secret technique, he decided against it. "You know a secret technique, right?" Nong Zitian asked Lu Yin. "Take a guess," Lu Yin casually replied. Nong Zitian. "To be able to learn a secret technique you have to be at least from an all-heavenly imprinter family. Why haven't I seen you before?" Nong Zitian was puzzled. Lu Yin looked around and then casually asked, "Do you know all the people from all heavenly imprinter families?" "Yes," Nong Zitian answered very seriously. "I've memorized it before." Lu Yin was speechless. Chapter 645. "You're not one of the Fifth Mainland survivors, are you?" Nong Zitian suddenly thought of something and stared at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "Have you ever seen a survivor of the Fifth Mainland as weak as me?" Nong Zitian rolled his eyes. "That's true. Any survivor of the Fifth Mainland that can appear in the Daoist sect is at least as strong as a Realmling. You're too weak." The two walked for a while and then Nong Zitian sighed. "Don't follow me. You saw it for yourself. Blood Looney is being chased by the Fifth Mainland survivors, and the entire Daoist sect isn't safe. I plan to hide until the time limit is up and then I'll leave." "Me too," Lu Yin said. Nong Zitian blinked. "Then find a place to hide. Why are you following me?" "I don't know the way." Nong Zitian growled. "I don't know the way either. Don't follow me." "It's safer with more people," Lu Yin said again, his tone casual. He had his eyes on the hoe as it was too useful. Nong Zitian knew Lu Yin's goal, and although he was angry he had no other choice. He wanted to attack Lu Yin, but the fact that this person had been able to escape from Blood Looney meant that he was not weak. Furthermore, Lu Yin did not seem injured, so Nong Zitian was not confident. The two walked for a while longer and then they found 3 corpses on the ground. Judging from the direction of the corpses, these 3 had most likely been killed by Night King Jinwu. Nong Zitian felt his scalp go numb and he whispered, Brother, don't follow me. Can't we just hide on our own? I don't know the way. I told you that I don't know the way either. It's safer with more people. U++. Suddenly, a void crack extended in front of them, and Lu Yin grabbed Nong Zitian to avoid the crack. Nong Zitian was still in shock and he patted his chest. I was almost killed. Lu Yin patted him on the shoulder. You owe me a life. If I wasn't angered by you, would I have missed the crack? Nong Zitian raged. Lu Yin ignored him and looked into the distance. More and more void cracks extended and a hurricane swept past. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good, let's go. He turned around but he saw that Nong Zitian was already sneaking around. He mounted the hoe and began to slip away. This guy was faster than him but it didn't matter. He had a secret technique. With a bang, Nong Zitian once again fell into the pit with his face flat on the ground. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Nong Zitian roared angrily. Suddenly he felt a tremendous pressure pressing down on him from above. Without even thinking about it, he pulled out a second hoe and jumped onto it, then charged forward. He took a moment to look back and see two figures fighting in the air. One of them caused Nong Zitian to tremble. Xiangrong. I++. Lu Yin sat on his hoe and looked back as well. He had only sensed two powerful forces clashing earlier, but he had no idea who they were. Now that the two parties were rapidly approaching each other, he could clearly see that it was White Knight who was fighting against Xiangrong. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Xiangrong. He hadn't forgotten about the few cultivators who had disappeared from Heaven's Pit. Xiangrong's strength was terrifying. Bang! There was a loud crash as White Knight crashed in Lu Yin's direction. Lu Yin had managed to dodge the attack, but Nong Zitian wasn't as lucky. He was swept up by the shockwaves from White Knight's crash, and he fainted before he could even run far with his hoe. Without Nong Zitian, Lu Yin did not know how to use a hoe, so he could only pick it up and run on his own. Without the hoe, his speed was much slower. White Knight charged out but was sent flying by Xiangrong once again. This time she crashed in Lu Yin's direction. Lu Yin was helpless and he hurriedly hid. High up in the sky, Xiangrong stared down coldly. Is this all that the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters have? Come out. Underground, White Knight stood up and looked up at Xiangrong. I'm just taking advantage of the situation. Dealing with remnants like you is already dirtying my hands, and there's no such thing as fairness. You can't even force me to use my imprint. He then raised a hand that emitted a white light. Incinerate bloodline, Skyless. The moment he finished speaking, the white light in his palm turned into a sphere that gradually rose into the sky. It was as if a white sun had enveloped the world. Following the appearance of the white sun, the mountains and the ground began to disintegrate and disappear. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. He had to escape or he would be disintegrated as well. What kind of attack was this? On the ground, White Knight coughed and lowered her head as if she had accepted her fate. Xiangrong was cold and arrogant as he liked this feeling. Killing ordinary cultivators had not piqued his interest, and only experts like this could satisfy him. He liked to look down on everything like a god, and just like this he could end everything. Suddenly Xiangrong's expression changed and he hurriedly dodged to the side, but it was still too late. The spear pierced through his shoulder, causing blood to spill out. Behind him, another White Knight had appeared at some point, and the one on the ground slowly disappeared. Lu Yin saw that this was soul-splitting. Ling Ke could split himself into 3 and White Knight could naturally do the same. During his battle with Blood Luni, Ling Ke had only split himself into 2 and had not used his full strength. He had left this trump card to Xiangrong. Xiangrong's expression darkened and he waved his hand, causing the white sun to descend and bombard White Knight. At the same time, an imprint appeared behind him. It was a figure completely covered in long black hair and its face could not be seen. However, it exuded an indescribably terrifying pressure and a sinister aura. This was a celestial imprinter, just like Songqiong Old Man who had been imprinted by Blood Luni. A palace appeared around White Knight and a glorious bell rang out. The sound of the Sky Palace resounded throughout the entire space, and a series of phenomena appeared within the palace. The Lingling clan could combine their 10 innate gifts into one, and the phenomena that appeared within the palace were the 10 innate gifts. This was White Knight's true strength, and it also meant that he was going all out. Boom. The world trembled as a giant crack stretched across the sky like an inverted black mountain range. The clash between Xiangrong and White Knight almost caused Lu Yin to faint. A terrifying pressure swept through the area, destroying the entire space. After a while, the shock waves from the collision finally dissipated. At this moment, everything in front of Lu Yin's eyes had changed. The mountain range that had originally existed had disappeared, and the void was constantly twisting as if it would break apart at any moment. Lu Yin searched for Xiangrong and White Knight, and he quickly found the two of them standing in an underground crater, staring at each other. Xiangrong's face was flushed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was still a bloody hole in his shoulder that had been pierced by the spear, and blood had seeped into half of his body. Across from him, White Knight was not in a good state either. More than half of his armor had been shattered and his spear had been broken in two. He had already suffered heavy injuries from his battle with Blood Loony, and now that he had clashed head-on with Xiangrong, his injuries should be even worse than Blood Loony's when he had faced Night King Jinwu. Xiangrong clutched his shoulder and approached White Knight step by step. "You've already reached your limit. I Xiangrong will remember you. But today you will die." White Knight slowly raised his broken spear and pointed it at Xiangrong. "Have you forgotten what the people from the Fifth Mainland are good at?" Xiangrong suddenly paused and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. According to the historical records of the Sixth Mainland, the people from the Fifth Mainland were the best at hiding their strength and pretending to be weak. These people would always hold back, and this trait made the people from the Sixth Mainland furious, but there was nothing they could do about it. Because of this, countless experts from the Sixth Mainland had died in the final moments of the ancient war. Xiangrong glared at White Knight. "I don't believe that you still have the strength to resist. You can try. At worst, we'll just die together." White Knight's tone was cold. Xiangrong stopped in place and his eyes flickered. Lu Yin watched on, hesitating over whether or not he should act. There was a fundamental difference in power between him and Xiangrong. White Knight might be able to block that power that could disintegrate everything, but Lu Yin might not be able to. He simply could not understand the nature of that power. Even if Xiangrong was heavily injured, that power would still be enough to destroy him. After a while, Xiangrong seemed to have made up his mind and stepped forward. White Knight's spear flickered with a cold light, but he did not retreat even half a step. Xiangrong stopped and struggled for a while before glaring at White Knight. "I won't take advantage of you today. When you recover, we'll fight again." He then leaped up and left the crater, flying into the distance. Lu Yin relaxed as he had been scared away. Inside the crater, White Knight still maintained the same posture. After thinking about it, he jumped into the crater and approached White Knight. He wanted to know what was going on in the Innerverse. Afraid that White Knight would attack him, he hurriedly said, "I'm from the Fifth Mainland. You know Wendy Yushan, right? My name is Lu Yin." White Knight did not respond. Lu Yin approached him again. "I'm Lu Yin. You should have heard of me." White Knight still did not respond. Lu Yin walked up to him and gave him a light push, causing White Knight to fall to the ground. "So he fainted a long time ago." Lu Yin laughed. An unconscious person had actually scared away Xiangrong. If Xiangrong knew that White Knight had fainted, what would he think? Lu Yin crouched down and looked at White Knight. This was one of the 10 arbiters, and in their universe, the 10 arbiters were supreme existences amongst the younger generation. When Sanxi, Night King Jinwu and Lan Si were all lofty existences. This was the first time that Lu Yin had come into contact with one of the 10 arbiters, and this person could even decide his fate. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated. White Knight was the one who had brought Wendy Yushan to Myriad Swords Peak, and Zhao Yilong had told him that this person had taken good care of Wendy Yushan. No one would believe that this person did not like Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan could also be considered Lu Yin's fiancée. Although it was a fake identity, after interacting with her for so long, Lu Yin had to admit that he had some feelings for her. Any normal man would have some feelings for her. Her appearance and temperament were 1 in a million, and even if Wendy Yushan did not have any romantic feelings for him, there was still some familial love between them. If this person was still alive, then he might take Wendy Yushan away from Lu Yin in the future. Lu Yin sighed and smiled bitterly. He grabbed White Knight and took him away. No matter what the future held, this person represented the Fifth Mainland in the struggle against the Sixth Mainland, and he had also indirectly saved Lu Yin's life. This favor had to be repaid. A life for a life. I'll save you this time, so I'll consider the favor of saving me from the cauldron repaid, Lu Yin said. As for Nong Zitian, Lu Yin did not look for him, as whether or not he could survive would depend on his own luck. After all, they were still enemies. Mr. Bai and the other two were friends, so Lu Yin would save them if possible. As for the others, Lu Yin did not throw the hoe away, as he might be able to use it after some research. Although it was slightly inferior, its speed was quite good. The Daoist sect was huge, and it was not easy to run into a realmling or the 10 arbiters. Chapter 646. Lu Yin carried White Knight and walked for half a day before finally finding a place to hide. It was a gap between two tall mountains and there was a river flowing through it. He tossed White Knight onto the ground and sat down. This trip had been very dangerous, as Shang Rong, Blood Loony, White Knight and Night King Zhenwu had all encountered him. Any carelessness and he would have died, but he had been lucky enough to survive. There were still a few days until the deadline, and he would be able to return to the Fifth Mainland after a few days. But what about the next time? He could not give up on the battle techniques within the cauldron. He clearly had a way to comprehend them, but he had not done so, which was torture for him. He desperately needed powerful battle techniques, but this place had already become the most dangerous battlefield. He looked at White Knight. If even one of the 10 arbiters was in such a miserable state, then White Knight's situation was even worse. He wondered how Wendy Yushan was doing, and he hoped that she was fine. At this moment he regretted giving his futon to her. No one had expected that the Daoist sect would become the cruelest battlefield for the younger generation. Lu Yin still did not have the qualifications to join this battlefield. It had been a long time since he had felt so helpless. Ever since his universal armor had been upgraded, he no longer feared even in lighters. Lu Yin looked at White Knight again. This guy couldn't have died, right? He walked over and thought about it for a moment before lifting White Knight's mask to see if he was dead or not. When the mask was removed, a delicate, flawless and adorable face was revealed. Lu Yin was stunned. Isn't this a woman? He removed the mask and stared blankly at the pale White Knight lying on the ground. White Knight of the 10 arbiters was a woman. Lu Yin had not been too surprised when he saw Night King Zhenwu, but now he was truly shocked. Who would have thought that one of the 10 arbiters, White Knight, would actually be a woman? It would have been fine if she was a woman, but she was also so delicate and adorable. He had seen many beauties before, whether it was Wendy Yushan, Madame Nailin, Ming Yen, Bai Shui, or the Glasses Miss Child. Some of them were heroic, some were charming, some were pure, and some were cute. Their temperaments matched their names, but the one in front of him was very different. Knights gave people the impression of integrity and reliability, which was a general impression. No one would associate delicate and adorable with a knight, as the contrast was too great. He had heard that White Knight's name was Ling Gong, which did not sound like a woman's name. Lu Yin stared at White Knight's face for a long while, feeling that it was unreal. He couldn't help but raise a hand and move closer to touch her face. He even pinched her lips. It was real. Suddenly, White Knight opened her eyes and stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's fingers were still pinching her mouth, and he immediately felt awkward. If someone were to ask Lu Yin what was the most embarrassing situation he had ever faced in his life, he would not hesitate to say that it was when he had pinched White Knight Arbiter's face. In the entire universe, including the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, who could pinch one of the 10 arbiters' faces? He was the first and most likely the last. He slowly withdrew his hand and coughed. Would you believe me if I told you that I was just checking on your injuries? White Knight stared at him coldly, her gaze cold. Lu Yin coughed again. I'm from the 5th mainland. You know Wendy Yushan, right? White Knight's icy gaze swept past him as she looked up at the sky. Where are we? The Daoist sect, Lu Yin blurted out. When he saw White Knight staring at him, he hurriedly said, I don't know the exact location, but it's quite far from where you fought Shang Rong. It's also well hidden, so no one should be able to find it. White Knight propped herself up with one arm and put her mask back on. I need to heal. Don't come near me or touch me. Otherwise I'll make sure you die an ugly death. She then sat up with great difficulty and fell silent. Lu Yin looked at her and waved his hand before looking away. What healing? She must have fainted again. It would be strange if she didn't faint after suffering such heavy injuries. However, the fact that White Knight was a woman had a huge impact on Luin. Furthermore, she was an adorable and beautiful woman. Although she was a little cold, for some reason Luin actually felt relieved. Focus on healing. I hope you don't die, Luin said calmly. He then looked into the distance and began to recite the Stonewall scriptures. He did not plan on going out for the next few days, as Night King Zhenwu and Shang Rong had both appeared in the area. The 9 cauldron space was probably not safe, so he decided to wait until the next time to explore the internal battle techniques within the cauldrons. After Luin and the others left, more people entered the Daoist sect's Heaven's Pit one after another. There were also fierce battles over the stone walls, but there were no more experts like Shang Rong. Even Butcher, who could monopolize a stone wall all by himself, did not appear. On this day, a woman stepped into Heaven's Pit's dusky space and slowly walked forward. Every step she took was the same distance, as if she had already measured the distance beforehand. The woman's long black hair reached her waist and she held a white longsword in her hand. Her appearance was beautiful, and she had a valiant aura that was different from other women. She was even colder and more aloof than Wendy Yushan, but strangely she wore a pair of large glasses that did not have any lenses. Coupled with her large eyes, she looked rather adorable. Not long after, the woman arrived beside Progenitor Chen's palm print and looked at it with a complicated expression. The woman's attire attracted quite a few people's attention, as it was rare for a woman to wear glasses and hold a sword. Furthermore, her aura was not ordinary. Several men exchanged glances and slowly approached her. "Hello, miss. May I get to know you? I'm from the Grand Martial Realm." Before one of the men could finish speaking, a line of blood appeared on his neck. The man felt his strength drain away and he slowly fell to his knees. His entire body then lay on the ground as his blood dyed the ground red. The other men were shocked. "Third bro, what happened to you?" A white light flashed and the men all fell to the ground. Their blood pooled together and slowly flowed into the palm print. The woman's gaze was calm as she looked up and leaped up. A few minutes later she left Heaven's Pit's dusky space and used a pillar of light to head somewhere else. Not long after, another person entered Heaven's Pit and arrived outside the palm print. The scene that greeted them was like hell itself. All of the cultivators who had comprehended the palm print within Heaven's Pit, a total of 28, had died tragically. Not a single one had survived, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. Following the arrival of the 10 arbiters, more than 100 cultivators from the 6th mainland who had entered the Daoist sect's ruins had been killed or injured. These cultivators had been able to obtain futons, and almost all of them had come from powerful families. Their deaths had angered many of the 6th mainland's powers, and more voices were calling for the Realmlings to enter the Daoist sect and eliminate the 5th mainland's remnants. The Daoist sect's ruins had officially become the top battlefield for the younger generation. Even though there had been many casualties, no one requested for the Daoist 3 skies to enter, as if the Daoist 3 skies no longer belonged to the younger generation. Countless people had long since classified the Daoist 3 skies as a different existence that stood above their peers. White Knight was unconscious for 3 days and she only woke up on the 4th day. When she woke up, she saw Luin leaning against a stone wall and resting with his eyes closed. Without a second thought, she picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it at him. The pebble tore through the void and flew towards Lu Yin's forehead. Luin suddenly opened his eyes and tilted his head. The pebble smashed into the mountain with a thump, causing a huge crack to appear in the wall. Luin was furious. "Are you crazy?" White Knight stared at him coldly. "You should die for touching me." Luin opened his mouth to scold her, but then he recalled the awkward scene from 3 days ago. He pursed his lips. "It was my fault for touching you. I apologize." White Knight's eyes narrowed and her gaze turned cold. Luin went on guard. "You're not going to attack me again, are you?" He had not forgotten that this person was one of the 10 arbiters, and her strength was on a completely different level. Even if he had a secret technique that could divert attacks, he was not confident that he could escape from one of the 10 arbiters. Fortunately, White Knight did not attack him again. She looked around and then moved slightly. An intense pain spread from her back and she groaned as beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. Luin looked at her, but he did not say anything. White Knight moved again, but the moment she did, an intense pain spread throughout her body, mostly from her back. She viciously glared at Luin. Turn around. Don't peek. Lu Yin was puzzled. What? I told you to turn around. White Knight's tone was stern and star energy spread from her body. She looked like she was about to go berserk at any moment. Lu Yin hurriedly said, All right, I'm leaving. You're awake anyway, so whatever happens next has nothing to do with me. You're on your own now. He then turned to leave. No, you can't leave, White Knight suddenly said. Lu Yin was confused. Why? There's no why. If you can't leave, then you can't leave. This is an order. Lu Yin was amused. Order? Who can you order? Me. I'm not even your subordinate. White Knight looked at him coldly. I can order anyone who belongs to the 10 Arbiters Council, the Council of Astral Academy, or the Outerverse Youth Council. You're no exception, Lu Yin. You recognized me. Lu Yin was astonished. In order to avoid Night King Zhenwu, he had changed his appearance. White Knight coldly replied, Many people know Wendy, but not many know about her relationship with me. Besides, your appearance hasn't changed much and you were able to enter this place. It's not hard to guess who you are. Since you recognized me, then you should know about my relationship with Wendy. I saved you because you brought Wendy to Myriad Swords Peak. Now that we're even, I'm leaving, Lu Yin said. I said that you can't leave. This is an order. No one can order me around. White Knight clenched her fists and glared at him coldly. If you dare leave, I'll kill you. Lu Yin laughed. Woman, there should be a limit to how unreasonable you can be. I saved you, but you still want to kill me? White Knight angrily retorted, Don't call me that. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Fine, I won't call you that anymore. I'm leaving and you can't stop me. Suddenly, a phantom palace appeared all around them and a glorious bell rang out. Lu Yin's expression changed, and the domain that he had released was instantly suppressed. He felt an intense sense of danger and he turned around to stare at White Knight. What are you doing? I said that you can't leave, White Knight coldly replied. What are you trying to do? Lu Yin frowned. This woman was unreasonable. White Knight's eyes flickered. Turn your back to me. What? Lu Yin was confused. I told you to turn your back to me. You don't have the right to resist. Chapter 647. Lu Yin was speechless. He wanted to leave, but he wasn't confident that he could break through the palace's seal. This was a manifestation of White Knight's 10 innate gifts combined into one, and it could even clash with Blood Luni's Blood Lotus, Corpse Dragon and Xianxia White Sun. Even though White Knight was heavily injured, she should have recovered somewhat in the past 3 days, so Lu Yin wasn't confident that he could deal with her. If he'd known earlier, he would have left before she woke up. Why had he waited until now? With his back to the 10 arbiters, Lu Yin was still very apprehensive. He immediately activated his Sirius to prevent himself from being ambushed. White Knight saw that Lu Yin had turned around, but he didn't release his domain. Instead, she exhaled, causing the star energy around her body to boil as she peeled off the armor on her body. The armor on her arms, chest and head fell off easily, but the armor on her legs and back felt like a layer of skin when she peeled them off. Xianxia's power lay in disintegration, and that white sun had caused great damage to her. The skin on her back and thighs had been disintegrated, and parts of her flesh had stuck to her armor. The pain was intense. White Knight grunted and panted heavily as she slowly peeled off the armor on her legs. Lu Yin had a strange expression on his face. What was she doing? Her panting and grunting reminded him of a certain scene. He wanted to turn around, but he didn't dare to. White Knight's pained cries grew louder as she peeled off the armor on her back. She looked up at Lu Yin, but he didn't turn around. She gritted her teeth and used her star energy to peel off the last piece of armor. Fresh blood flowed down her back and onto the ground, dyeing the ground red as it flowed along the river. White Knight waved her hand and the Scarlet River flowed back onto the shore. Their location could be considered hidden, and no one would be able to find them just because of the blood in the river. At this moment, White Knight only had a mask on her face. The rest of her armor had been completely peeled off, leaving her with only a thin layer of gauze and large patches of torn flesh on her back and legs. She took out some medicinal powder from her armor and sprinkled it on her leg. However, it was ineffective. The moment the medicinal powder came into contact with her flesh, it dissolved. White Knight sighed inwardly. As expected, this was Xiangrong's power. If she did not deal with this power, she would not be able to heal her injury. After her battle with Blood Luni and Xiangrong, she did not have much star energy left in her body, and she could not rely on absorbing the star energy in the air to expel Xiangrong's power. There was only one way to do so, and that was through Lu Yin. He had an abundance of star energy, and he was also a lockbreaker, which was why she had left him behind. "Yes, it's done," White Knight said softly. Her voice was weak. Lu Yin impatiently turned around and looked over. What he saw was no longer the awe-inspiring White Knight in her armor, but rather a severely injured and weak girl. Although she still had a mask on her face, it did not hinder her weak beauty. At this moment, White Knight no White Knight no longer had her cold aura. Instead, she had the gentleness of a woman. Her blood-stained gauze covered her body, and large patches of wounds were exposed on her snow-white thighs and back. There was even blood flowing from them. Her white feet stepped on the pebbles, and her 5 translucent toes reflected the blood on the ground. It was a dazzling sight, and all of this created an extremely impactful image of a heavily injured beauty. Lu Yin was stunned, as he had never seen such a scene before. If she had taken off her mask, it would have been even more perfect. "Take off your mask," Lu Yin subconsciously said. White Knight's gaze turned cold, and she picked up a pebble to throw at him. He tilted his head and dodged it again, coughing awkwardly. "Why did you leave me behind?" White Knight's expression turned ugly, and she lowered her head weakly. "Xiangrong's power still lingers on my wounds. I want you to use your lock-breaking techniques to neutralize it." Lu Yin approached her and smelled the pungent stench of blood. However, there was also a strange fragrance that assailed his nostrils. This woman clearly did not wear perfume or makeup, as this fragrance was her body's fragrance. Lu Yin's first kiss had been with Ming Yen, and he had almost no experience with relationships. Thus he was often teased by Madame Naylan. Now that he was facing a half-naked woman, his movements could not help but become a little stiff. "How exactly should I do it? You're a lockbreaker, yet you're asking me?" White Knight angrily rebuked. Being so close to a man and in such a state at that left her at a loss. She was angry at herself for failing to live up to expectations, but she was also angry at this man for spouting so much nonsense. Her mind was in a mess, and she did not know what to think. This man's aura made her even more flustered. Ever since she was young, she had always been the pride of the heavens. Not to mention serious injuries, even light injuries were rare. Her strength was destined to be matched by only a few people in her generation. And because those people were wary of each other, they had never fully fought. This was the first time she had been so seriously injured. It was also the first time she had been so close to a man. It was so close that she subconsciously wanted to slap him to death. Lu Yin did not know what White Knight was thinking, or he would not have approached her at all. His current actions were equivalent to walking the line between life and death. For a woman whose thoughts were in a mess, logic was not required, as even she did not know what to do. He squatted down beside White Knight and stared at her thighs. They were so white and tender. White Knight grew anxious. "Hurry up," Lu Yin gravely replied. "This is Xiangrong's power. Even if I can dispel it with my lock-breaking abilities, it won't be that easy. Bear with it." White Knight looked to the side, a strand of hair falling down her face, but she did not reply. Lu Yin thought for a moment, raised his hand and pressed it against White Knight's thigh. It was cool and smooth to the touch, and White Knight was startled. She slapped at him, but Lu Yin was already prepared. He activated the serious art and easily dodged White Knight's attack. The wind from the palm swept through the void and slammed into the opposite mountain wall, leaving a deep imprint. "Are you crazy? I'm trying to save you," Lu Yin growled. White Knight glared at him. "Don't touch me. How can I save you if I don't touch you? You're trying to unlock me? You're courting death. This is Xiangrong's power. I told you it's not that easy to unlock." White Knight and Lu Yin stared at each other fiercely. Finally, White Knight snorted and turned to look in another direction, but this time her face was slightly flushed. Lu Yin sighed in relief. "You're really helping a tigress." White Knight's eyes narrowed, but she did not speak or look at him. Xiangrong's remaining power was not much, so Lu Yin released his domain and combined it with the serious art. His star energy slowly came into contact with White Knight's power, and as soon as it came into contact, his star energy began to disintegrate. Lu Yin was shocked. What a tyrannical disintegration ability. As expected of a realmling who could fight against the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin treated Shang Rong's remaining power as an opportunity to unlock his serious art and slowly whittled it down. Even if Shang Rong was much stronger than Lu Yin, it was still just a remnant of his power. An hour later, all of the remaining power had been disintegrated and disappeared. Lu Yin sighed in relief. It was done, and he reluctantly lifted his hand. The smoothness of White Knight's thigh made him reluctant to part with it. This was his first time touching a woman's thigh, and it felt so good. "You're back," White Knight said coldly. Lu Yin raised a brow and walked over to her back. Compared to her thigh, the wound on her back was much larger, and almost half of it had been disintegrated. She had been able to endure the pain for so long, but the pain was still disintegrating. Lu Yin did not hesitate and pressed his hands on her back, which was also very smooth. The moment they touched, White Knight felt a warmth pass through Lu Yin's hands. The masculine aura caused her to panic, and she let out a long breath. She took out some medicinal powder and sprinkled it on her thigh. This time the powder took effect and the wound quickly healed. The treatment on her back lasted for nearly 3 hours, and only when the sky darkened did Lu Yin withdraw his hands. "All right, I'll help you apply the medicine." "No need," White Knight retorted coldly, her tone rather unfriendly. Lu Yin was displeased. "I saved you again. Can't you be nicer to me?" White Knight indifferently replied, "It's not done yet." "What?" Lu Yin was puzzled. White Knight lifted her left leg and revealed the other side of her foot. There was also a wound there, and although it was not large, it still contained traces of Shang Rong's power. Lu Yin naturally reached out and grabbed her slender, snow-white calf while his other hand grabbed her foot. He then began to unlock his serious art. White Knight's face turned even redder. Today half of her body had been touched by this person. In less than half an hour, the remnants of Shang Rong's power disappeared from White Knight's foot. Lu Yin let go and glanced at her foot again. He had to admit that this woman's foot was so small that he could hold it with one hand. "Go away and turn around," White Knight growled as she glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. This was a classic example of kicking someone to the curb after they'd outlived their usefulness. "Seventh bro, I sympathize with you," the ghost monkey snickered. Lu Yin ignored him. When the sky turned completely dark, White Knight's voice traveled over. "How's the outer verse?" Lu Yin turned around and saw that White Knight had donned all of her armor, making her look like a real knight. He was a little disappointed. The astral beast domain invaded Iron Bloodweave and many people died in battle. Lu Yin told her about some of the major events that had occurred in the outer verse after the inner verse and outer verse had been separated. White Knight listened quietly, occasionally asking a question or two. Most of the time, Lu Yin was the one talking while she listened. "Where did Wendy learn that secret technique?" White Knight asked curiously. Lu Yin looked at her. "I don't know." White Knight indifferently replied, "Everyone has their own opportunities. With that secret technique, she can definitely try to enter the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. In the future, she might even have a chance to enter this place." She then looked at Lu Yin strangely. "How did you get your futon?" "Coincidence," Lu Yin answered. White Knight did not pursue the matter. "How's the inner verse?" Lu Yin asked. White Knight was cold and taciturn. "It's been invaded and war has begun." "What's the details?" Lu Yin pressed. White Knight ignored him. Lu Yin felt helpless. The 10 arbiters were really arrogant. "Where's the invasion site?" "The Starfall Sea." "The Starfall Sea?" Lu Yin was stunned. "The Starfall Sea is connected to the 6th mainland," White Knight said again. No matter what Lu Yin asked, she did not say anything about the invasion. As for the information about his friends, it was pointless to ask. His friends were not at White Knight's level. "Right, why did you bring Wendy to Myriad Swords Peak?" Lu Yin was very curious. If White Knight had been a man who liked Wendy, it would have been normal for her to do so. However, she was a woman, so it was strange. "It's none of your business," White Knight coldly replied. Chapter 648. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. "I'll answer whatever you ask me, but you won't answer whatever I ask you. That's too much." White Knight was cold and arrogant. Did you answer? I don't know. It's just a coincidence. Is that your answer any different from not answering at all? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. It's better for women to be cute. There was a thump as a rock smashed into the mountain wall. Lu Yin was furious and he glared at White Knight. Woman, don't think that I won't retaliate. What are you trying to do? White Knight coldly replied, forget everything that happened today and forget everything about me. Also, I told you not to call me that. Lu Yin snorted. I'll be crushed to death if I stay with you. Goodbye. Oh, never. He then turned to leave. You're not allowed to leave. Why? That's an order. Lu Yin was so angry that he laughed. I told you that no one can order me around. I can order anyone who belongs to the 10 Arbiters Council, the Council of Astral Academy or the Outerverse Youth Council. You are no exception, White Knight said indifferently. Lu Yin's face twitched. Why did these words sound so familiar? She must have said them before. In the end, Lu Yin was unable to leave. In White Knight's words, if a realmling came, then he could be considered a good scapegoat and could be used to buy some time. Lu Yin wanted to resist, but he thought about it and decided against it. He didn't dare to do so as that palace could directly crush him. Even if he used the secret art and the dream finger, he would only be able to unleash a single attack at most. However, that would be an all-out attack. They were not mortal enemies and they could be considered comrades, so there was no need for him to risk his life. This place was so secretive that he planned to wait until the time was right before leaving. He would never interact with this woman again, which was a little unreasonable. On the Xinwu continent, ever since Ming Zhaoxu had replaced Ming Zhaotian as the emperor, things had not been going well for him. He was constantly busy with government affairs, and he had to think of ways to help his own people ascend the throne. He had to deal with Ming Zhaotian's people, and there were occasional rebellions in various places. Coupled with the fact that the continent's commoners already hated the outsiders, the Xinwu continent was in chaos. Ming Zhaoxu had long since thought of this. The solution was simple: completely merge with the outer realm and shift the conflict. During this period of time, he had suffered a total of 126 assassination attempts. Although they were all like moths to a flame, it still showed that many people wanted to kill him. Especially in the past few days, there had been rebellious armies raising the flag of the former Crown Prince Ming Hao. Ming Hao was already dead and these people were obviously fake. But fake was fake and ordinary people did not know about it, so it attracted a large number of people to join. The Xinwu Empire's army continued to suppress the rebellion. In Shanghai City, the Reverend King's residence had already been expanded. Before the Mingdu Imperial Palace was restored, this place would be the core of the entire Xinwu Empire. In the study of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Zhaoxu put down some memorials and rubbed his aching head. There was a pile of memorials on the table, all of which were reports on the rebel armies in various regions. Even the isolated islands overseas refused to acknowledge his rule and wanted to divide their territories. Right now, Ming Zhaoxu urgently needed help from the outside world. The best way to resolve the internal conflicts was to form the Great Eastern Alliance. Ming Yan had already packed up and was ready to leave for the Great Yu Empire. As long as they formed a complete alliance with the Great Yu Empire and brought in some technological products from the universe, they would be able to effectively alleviate the rebellion. The cultural impact was far more invasive than a violent regime. Suddenly, Ming Zhaoxu spat out a mouthful of blood that stained the table and the floor. This blood had come out of nowhere and even he did not know why. What's going on? Ming Zhaoxu clutched his chest. There was nothing wrong with his body and he had not been injured. There were no signs of poisoning either, so why had he spat out blood? Someone, summon an imperial physician. Ming Zhaoxu shouted. Not long after, an old man entered the study. Your subject greets your majesty. Take my pulse, Ming Zhaoxu said. The blood in the study had already been cleaned, and aside from the smell of blood in the air, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. The imperial physician raised his hand, but his pupils shrank the moment he saw Ming Zhaoxu. Why, your majesty, what happened to you? Ming Zhaoxu's heart sank when he saw the imperial physician's frightened expression. He looked at the mirror, but what appeared in it was not the majestic and high-spirited emperor of the Xinwu Empire. Instead, it was an old man with white hair and withered skin. Ming Zhaoxu could vaguely tell that it was Ming Zhaoxu himself. Ming Zhaoxu's expression changed. How can this be? How can this be? The imperial physician trembled in fear and stood in place, not daring to move. Ming Xiaoshu looked at himself in the mirror in disbelief. How had he become like this? This is fake. He casually shattered the mirror and took out another one. It still looked the same, but he had changed. In just a short moment he had become an old man with one foot in the grave. Your Majesty, please allow me to take a look at you, the imperial physician said in fear. Ming Xiaoshu sat in his chair and clenched his fists, still in disbelief. The imperial physician approached Ming Xiaoshu in fear and placed a hand on his wrist. He frowned and after a while he said, "How can this be? Strange. What's wrong?" Ming Xiaoshu asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, your body is fine, but your life force is constantly slipping away. It's as if something is stealing your life force, the imperial physician said. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that I've been poisoned? The imperial physician nodded. It should be. This subject has never heard of such a poison. It can steal life force without harming the body. How can such a poison exist? Ming Xiaoshu lowered his head so that the imperial physician could not see the madness in his eyes. Is there any way to treat it? The imperial physician replied, with the conditions of the empire, we can only use some medicine that can replenish life force to delay the loss of life force. Your Majesty, please ask the outsiders to think of a way. Perhaps they can treat it. Ming Xiaoshu grunted. I understand. You may leave. The imperial physician sighed. This subject will take his leave. He then walked out of the room. Suddenly, a pressure descended and crushed the imperial physician into a puddle of blood. Ming Xiaoshu's cold gaze was in the background. How could he let anyone know about his situation? His life force was slipping away and he had been poisoned. Who had poisoned him? It could not have been someone from the Shenwu continent, as this continent did not have such a terrifying poison that could rob a martial sovereign of his life force. Even the outsiders should not be able to treat him, let alone the Shenwu continent. Ming Xiaoshu's understanding of the universe was no less than that of the trial takers. At that moment Tang Xi's voice rang out from outside the study. Your Majesty, the princess requests an audience. Have her wait for me in the courtyard, Ming Xiaoshu said. Yes. Ming Xiaoshu looked at his old self in the mirror with a sorrowful gaze. He had exhausted his entire life to obtain everything that he wanted, but was this the end? No, he could not give up. The universe was too big. Perhaps there was a way to treat him, perhaps there was. What he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Yes, perhaps there was a way. No, there was definitely a way and there had to be one. He had a crazed look in his eyes. He had just enjoyed everything and he did not want to die yet. He still did not have an heir. Back then, in order to avoid suspicion, he had not even had a son and had only given birth to a daughter. Now he wanted a son to inherit the throne and he could not die before that. In the courtyard of the reverend king's residence, Ming Yan was looking at the river from a pavilion. Her gaze was filled with both apprehension and anticipation, as well as a trace of longing for the future. In the river, fish continuously leaped out of the water before falling back down, causing droplets of water to fall into the pavilion. Do you guys want to leave this lake as well? Ming Yan squatted down and muttered to herself as she looked at the fish. Yan, what are you looking at? Ming Xiaoshu asked as he arrived outside the pavilion. He had used his star energy to change his appearance so that he no longer looked old. Ming Yan was startled and she quickly stood up. When she saw that it was Ming Xiaoshu, she shyly whispered, I am looking at the fish. Ming Xiaoshu nodded and sat down. Are you ready? Ming Yan knew what her father was asking, so she lowered her head and whispered, I'm ready. Tell father the truth. Do you want to leave? Ming Xiaoshu looked at his daughter with a complicated gaze, and his tone was somewhat gloomy. Ming Yan did not notice her father's tone, and after a moment of hesitation she said, I want to go out and take a look. Look at the universe outside or look at Luyin? Ming Xiaoshu asked. Ming Yan's face turned red and she thought that her father was teasing her. She lowered her head and shyly said, Father, don't say that. I'm just. Ming Xiaoshu sighed when he saw how flustered his daughter was. I'm sorry, but you can't leave for now. Ming Yan looked up in surprise. Why, father? Ming Xiaoshu fell silent. He could not tell her that his life was about to end. Even though he still had hope that there would be a cure in the universe, his hopes were not high. Once he died, the entire empire would have to be handed over to Ming Yan, so she could not leave until he was certain that there was a cure. He had to be prepared for the worst. Father will explain the situation to the people of the Great Yu Empire. You can stay here for now, Ming Zhaoshu said as he stood up. He then left without looking back, clearly in a bad mood. Ming Yan was confused. Going to the Great Yu Empire had been arranged by her father, and he wanted her to be with Lu Yin more than anyone else. Why had he suddenly changed his mind? Right from tomorrow onwards, you will learn how to handle government affairs from your father, Ming Zhaoshu said as he walked out of the pavilion. Ming Yan was puzzled. Handle government affairs? But I've never come into contact with that before and I don't have any thoughts about it. Ming Zhaoshu was in a bad mood and he frowned. There's no need to say anything else. Come to my study in the morning. He then left, leaving behind a confused Ming Yan. Within a valley in the ruins of the Daoist sect, White Knight rested for an entire day before opening her eyes. Lu Yin calculated that there were still 2 or 3 days before he had to leave. Let's go. White Knight stood up and moved her body. Although she was still in pain, she had recovered quite a bit and her strength was gradually recovering as well. Lu Yin was puzzled. Where? To the place where I descend, White Knight replied coldly. Lu Yin did not understand. What place where you descend? If I tell you to go, then go. Follow me. Go out? There's probably chaos outside right now, and as soon as we leave we might run into one of the 10 arbiters or a realmling. You won't be able to protect yourself against anyone. With you here. You think too highly of me. I'm saying that you can help me buy some time to escape, White Knight said coldly. Lu Yin was speechless. If you want to go, then go. In any case, I don't want to leave. I'm planning to stay here until my time is up. White Knight frowned and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin glared back at her, unwilling to be outdone. He had already made up his mind not to leave, and he would have to wait for a period of time the next time he came. This was probably the most intense period of fighting. Chapter 649. White Knight retracted her gaze, lifted her foot and stomped on the ground, causing ripples to spread out. Lu Yin's brows rose as he had a bad premonition. The next moment the valleys on both sides crumbled, and a huge explosion shook the space around them. What are you doing? Lu Yin grew anxious. White Knight coldly replied, Leave it up to you. She then leaped up and flew off in a certain direction. Lu Yin had no choice but to follow her. Such a huge commotion might attract powerhouses, as the 6th mainland definitely had experts who could rival the top 10 of the top 100 rankings besides the realmlings. Those people would most likely participate in this battle and it would be easy to bump into them. If they did, then it would be troublesome. This woman was certain that Lu Yin would not dare to stay behind. What did you mean by the place you can descend? Lu Yin asked. The Daoist sect's futon is not limited to the outside of the sect. The Mountain Sea is an independent entity, and as long as you pass the test, you can descend at the Mountain Sea, White Knight replied. Mountain Sea. Lu Yin found the name familiar, as if someone had mentioned it before. White Knight did not explain and she simply led Lu Yin in a certain direction. Outside the valley ruins, in another direction, Nong Zitian was so scared that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He had been lucky enough to escape a calamity and had almost died at Shangrong's hands. He had been buried in the ground for a few days, and when he had finally awoken, he had found a very secluded valley to hide in for a few days until the time limit was up. However, he had not expected that the valley would collapse just as he had approached it. That flash of star energy had caused his heart to tremble, and he had fled on his hoe. He stroked his hoe angrily as that bastard had actually stolen his other hoe. Bastard. During the few days that White Knight had been unconscious, a few more battles had occurred in the Daoist sect. The Blood Homage Realm's realmling Nan Yanfei had encountered one of the 5th mainland's 10 undying birds. The battle had ended in a draw and both sides had avoided each other. The Bloodburn Realm's realmling DFA had encountered a blind man from the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters. He had been heavily injured and forced to flee, but that blind man had slaughtered no less than 36 mainland cultivators. The War Martial Realm's realmling, a tool master from a forging family, had encountered one of the 10 arbiters, Wang Xingkai. The battle had been earth-shattering and no one knew the final outcome and no one had seen the two's figures. Besides the battle between the Realmlings and the 10 Arbiters, many descendants of cosmic imprinter families had also appeared in the Sixth Mainland, as well as powerhouses like Butcher, who was second only to the Realmlings. The battle in the Daoist sect's ruins was becoming more and more intense, and there were rumors that the secret progenitor realm's Realmlings were about to enter. If these Realmlings were unable to suppress the 10 Arbiters, then the various great families might even invite the Daoist three skies over. In the scripture pavilion, Autumn Frost Qing opened his eyes and looked at Yan Xiaojing. The last time Yan Xiaojing entered the scripture pavilion, she seemed to have gained some insights. This time she still had to go to the scripture pavilion. To Autumn Frost Qing, it would be beneficial for him if Yan Xiaojing could comprehend something. After all, this woman definitely belonged to him. However, the time was almost up and Yan Xiaojing still hadn't comprehended anything. He was a little disappointed. He raised his head and looked around. There were no less than 100 cultivators gathered in the Sutra Depository. Most of these people were not originally in the Sutra Depository, but because there was too much killing in the outside world, they had no choice but to hide in the Sutra Depository, causing the number of people in the Sutra Depository to increase. The Sutra Depository was not a good place to fight, as the fluctuations of star energy could easily cause the ancient runes to mutate. Thus, as long as one hid in the Sutra Depository, they would be safe. When he thought about the war in the outside world, Autumn Frost Qing felt a little apprehensive. Another world imprinter's descendant had died just the day before, and Autumn Frost Qing had only heard about it from others. The descendant had died at the hands of a blind 10 Arbiter without even being able to resist. Autumn Frost Qing knew that his strength was about the same as that person's, and if he had been present at that time, then he probably would not have survived either. He decided to avoid coming to the Daoist sect as much as possible during this period of time. Otherwise, if one of the 10 Arbiters foolishly gambled on the Futon Plaza, then everything would be over. Suddenly, another person appeared on the ancient rune that Autumn Frost Qing was in, and it was a young man. Autumn Frost Qing instinctively wanted to attack, but this person was too close to him. Wait, too close? How could he not have noticed him at such a close distance? It was only when he was close enough that he realized that something was wrong. Sorry for disturbing you. The young man smiled at Autumn Frost Qing and then leapt out of the scripture pavilion. Autumn Frost Qing nodded but did not say anything. He watched as the young man walked out of the scripture pavilion, and then he looked towards the depths of the pavilion. That young man had walked out from there. The deeper one went into the scripture pavilion, the more ancient runes one would encounter and the greater the danger. Very few people were able to safely walk out of the scripture pavilion's depths, but that person had managed to do so. This was because there had been no one in front of him, which could only mean that that person had been in the depths of the scripture pavilion. An unfamiliar powerhouse had been able to enter the scripture pavilion and had approached Autumn Frost Qing without him noticing. This person's strength was second only to a realmling, and that person might have the strength of a realmling. Autumn Frost Qing had seen the appearances of the 3 progenitors and the 9 realms, but he had not seen such a person. This meant that that person was very likely one of the 5th Mainland's 10 Arbiters. When he thought about this, Autumn Frost Qing felt a chill run down his spine. He had actually brushed shoulders with one of the 5th Mainland's 10 Arbiters, and he had even been so close to that person. Brother Autumn Frost, what's wrong? Not too far away, Yan Xiaojing gently looked at Autumn Frost Qing and asked with concern. Autumn Frost Qing forced out a smile. It's nothing. Xiaojing, did you comprehend it? Yan Xiaojing shook her head. I'm sorry, Brother Autumn Frost. I've wasted your time. Autumn Frost Qing rejoiced as if she had truly comprehended it, that Arbiter would have definitely attacked her. It's fine. If it didn't work this time, then we'll try again next time. Yan Xiaojing pursed her lips and then nodded. She smiled. Brother Autumn Frost, you're the best. Autumn Frost Qing smiled. He was a little anxious and he hoped that time would pass quickly so that they could leave. White Knight led him through 3 pillars of light, and they did not encounter anyone along the way. Finally, they arrived at the foot of a faintly discernible mountain. The peak of the mountain in front of them could not be seen, and it was surrounded by fog that would appear and disappear from time to time. He turned around and looked behind him. Beyond the pillars of light was an ocean, and the sound of crashing waves filled his ears. This was the mountains and seas. Lu Yin recalled that Mr. Bai had mentioned the 9 mountains and 8 seas before, and this should be one of them. According to Mr. Bai, only progenitors could split open the mountains and open the seas. The 9 mountains and 8 seas represented 9 progenitors, and they represented the Daoist sect's greatest inheritance grounds. Lu Yin naturally did not believe that the Daoist sect had 9 progenitors, as they would not have been defeated by the 6th mainland otherwise. However, there should still be 1 or 2, and within this mountain, there might really be a progenitor's inheritance. White Knight walked in front. Lu Yin hurried to catch up. I heard that the mountains and seas have a progenitor's inheritance. Are you that confident in bringing me here? Anyone can come, and it doesn't matter if I bring you or not. With your strength, you don't have the ability to snatch the inheritance from me, White Knight said bluntly. Lu Yin was unconvinced. That's true for now, but that might not be the case in the future. White Knight stopped and looked at Lu Yin. She seriously said, when the time comes I'll kill you. Lu Yin did not speak as he could tell that this woman was serious. After all, this involved a top-notch inheritance. 7th bro, is there really a progenitor's inheritance here? I don't believe that it's that easy to see it. Even to this day no one knows where progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance is, and just one look at progenitor Wuxiang's hide makes me dizzy, the monkey said. Indeed, progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance was more reliable, but this was the ancient Daoist sect, so there might really be a progenitor's inheritance here. There was a cracking sound as the bones on the ground were crushed. The Daoist sect had experienced an ancient war and there were bones everywhere. However, these bones had not been corroded by the passage of time, which proved that these people had all been powerhouses when they had been alive. Lu Yin was very curious about how many powerhouses the Daoist sect had been at its peak, and how glorious it had been. It was impossible to see how large the mountain was or how tall it was. Even with his vision as a cultivator he could not see it. In any case, it was like a heavenly pillar that supported this space. The closer Lu Yin got, the clearer he could see it. He did not know how high it was above his head, but there were several pieces of land floating in the sky. Because he did not know how high they were, he could not determine their sizes, and the land above them was hidden by fog. The most spectacular sight in front of him was a crack that split the entire mountain in 2, and it looked like a thin line of the sky. White Knight suddenly stopped and pointed at the sky. Do you see that piece of land? Lu Yin looked up and followed the direction that White Knight was pointing. Are you talking about the land closest to the mountain? Fly up. There's also a futon plaza there. As long as you can enter it, you can directly go there the next time you appear, White Knight said. You descended here? Lu Yin was astonished. Fly up. If you can't, I'll kill you, White Knight said indifferently. Why must I descend here? That's an order. You don't have the right to order me around. Everything belongs to the 10 Arbiters Council, the Council of Astral Academy, and the Outerverse Youth Council. Alright, I got it. I've already said it 3 times. Aren't you tired? Lu Yin was speechless as he interrupted her. Lu Yin could clearly sense that she was a little annoyed at being interrupted, and he really wanted to know what kind of expression was on her cute little face under the mask. Lu Yin rubbed his nose and looked up at the pieces of land. From your tone, it sounds like it won't be easy to ascend to that land. I'm not confident. He then leaped up and flew into the sky. White Knight's eyes flickered. She had brought this person here because it would be very difficult for her to obtain a progenitor's inheritance on her own, so she needed a helper. She was not at ease with the other 10 arbiters, but she had Wendy Yushan as a link to this person. Furthermore, this person had experienced life and death situations before, so she was barely at ease. She only hoped that this person would be able to ascend to the land. During the battle with Blood Looney, this person had been able to resist the spiritual force suppression, so he should be able to ascend. The progenitor realm represented the pinnacle of cultivation, and to everyone the word progenitor was equivalent to the heavens. Progenitors could change the heavens, and they themselves represented the heavens. Regardless of whether the rumors in the Daoist sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas were true, this mountain in front of Lu Yin was a progenitor's training ground that had been established by a progenitor. Ascending to the heavens was equivalent to ascending to the heavens, and ascending to the heavens meant that one would have to face the heavens' suppression. Lu Yin could feel this suppression at this moment, and the higher he flew, the greater the pressure. This was a suppression on one's spiritual force and even one's physical body, as well as a suppression on one's entire life force. To be honest, Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this kind of suppression, as he had experienced it more than once. The one that had left the deepest impression on him was when he had climbed the mountain in the space with the Golden Ocean. He had also climbed a mountain and he had met Mr. Mu at that time, who had allowed him to transform his physical body as a Lemeter and become an unequaled Lemeter. This time he was facing the suppression of the heavens. If he had been able to continue ascending like this in ancient times, then he might have been able to see a progenitor who represented the heavens. But now all he could see was empty land. Chapter 650. White Knight's confidence in Lu Yin stemmed from the fact that Lu Yin had withstood the pressure from the Palace Phantom and the Blood Lotus. In reality, Lu Yin could indeed reach that piece of land. Even though he was very close to the land and his spiritual force was about to collapse, he had still managed to reach that piece of land by reciting the Stonewall scriptures. The land was vast and empty, with an area roughly equivalent to 10 sandios. He panted heavily and his hands and feet felt numb. Looking down from the ground, he saw a boundless mountain range and a boundless ocean in the distance. This space was very similar to the space with the Golden Sea. They both had mountains and seas. The only difference was the color of the sea. White Knight's eyes flashed when she saw Lu Yin step onto the ground. She leapt up in a much more relaxed manner than Lu Yin and quickly reached the surface. "You're more useful than I thought," White Knight said calmly. "Actually, it's fine if you don't say anything," Lu Yin grumbled. White Knight looked at the ground seriously and narrowed her eyes. Lu Yin looked over and his expression changed. "Someone's been here." There were 3 different sets of footprints on the ground. His, White Knight's, and someone else's. "This space is easy to find. There's nothing to be surprised about," White Knight said calmly. Lu Yin frowned. Wasn't he surprised? Ever since he had obtained the Stonewall scriptures, he had frequently recited them, and his spiritual force had long since surpassed his peers by leaps and bounds. He had even surpassed the average hunter. There were many people in the younger generation who surpassed him in terms of strength, such as the top 10 of the top 100 rankings or the 6th Mainland's experts who were second only to the Realmlings. However, when it came to spiritual force resistance, Lu Yin dared to compete with even the 10 arbiters. Even so, he still had to memorize the Stonewall scriptures in order to reach this continent. If anyone else wanted to reach this continent, they would definitely be at the level of the 10 arbiters or Realmlings. With the appearance of such an expert, it would be a lie to say that he was not worried. Lu Yin released his domain and gradually enveloped the entire continent, but aside from himself and White Knight, there was no one else present. "There's no need to look for him. He's gone," White Knight said. "Aren't you worried about running into a Realmling? If you run into them, just kill them." Lu Yin was speechless. "You sure are confident. How many more days until you arrive?" White Knight asked. Lu Yin shook his head. "I don't know. This is my first time here." White Knight looked at him. "I don't believe you." "Then I can't do anything about it," Lu Yin casually replied. White Knight turned around. "You've been here for at least 25 days. How long have you been here?" "About 20 days, Lu Yin replied. "There are still a few days left, so it's best if you stay here and don't go out. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you if you die. Also..." She paused and stared at him. "Do you want to obtain a progenitor's inheritance?" "No." Lu Yin's reply was so straightforward that White Knight thought she had misheard him. "What did you say? You don't?" "Yes, I don't." "Not at all." Lu Yin was very certain. White Knight was silent. The words she wanted to say were all disrupted. She did not know what to say for a moment. Lu Yin snickered inwardly. This brat wanted to use a progenitor's inheritance to tempt him, but it was likely that she would not be able to obtain the progenitor's inheritance on her own. This also proved that it was very dangerous, and he did not want to become a scapegoat for this brat to obtain the inheritance. White Knight was a little annoyed and she glared at Lu Yin. Who wouldn't want to obtain a progenitor's inheritance? This was illogical. The ultimate goal of a cultivator was the ancestor realm. Now that the ancestor realm inheritance was right in front of his eyes, this fellow was actually not moved? That shouldn't be the case. Only progenitors in the Daoist sect can split mountains and open seas. There really is a progenitor's inheritance here, White Knight said indifferently. Lu Yin casually strolled around the continent and leisurely replied, "It has nothing to do with me. In any case, I don't want any progenitor's inheritance. I'm cultivating and I don't want to walk the path of others." White Knight frowned as these words were very imposing, but what did they have to do with a progenitor's inheritance? A progenitor's inheritance includes battle techniques, secret techniques and power vessels. "I don't want it," Lu Yin replied. White Knight fell silent once more as she did not know what to say. She simply stopped talking and leaped towards another continent. "It's best if you don't go out and seek death." Seventh bro, that woman was so angry that she left. "You don't play by the rules. Who in the 5th and 6th mainlands can resist the temptation of a progenitor's inheritance? Many people still charge in even if they know that there is no chance of survival." Your reply was so straightforward that I'm guessing that she's already doubting her own life, huh? The monkey cackled. Lu Yin smiled. "I have a clear understanding of myself. Let alone a progenitor's inheritance, even an emissary's inheritance would be too risky for the current me. I'll take it slow and there's no need to seek death." "That's right, that's what I admire about you." The monkey was delighted as he felt that Lu Yin had become enlightened and would no longer seek death. Lu Yin could give up on a progenitor's inheritance because it was too far away, but he could not give up on the 9 cauldrons battle techniques. He could clearly comprehend them and this made his heart itch. He would wait for a while longer and when the battles were no longer as intense as they were now, he would go out. Over the next few days, Lu Yin remained on the continent. He was very curious about that mountain but he did not go there. Even White Knight, one of the 10 arbiters, had teamed up with him and he did not want to die alone. 3 days later, the scenery changed and when he opened his eyes again he saw a secret room in King Zishan's palace. He was finally back and he felt much more at ease after returning to King Zishan's palace. He did not plan on going to the Daoist sect's ruins for the next 2 months, as the battles would probably slow down during that time. That would be the time for him to go to the 9 cauldrons space to comprehend the battle techniques, so he could not rush it. After returning, Lu Yin immediately went to the princess residence to look for Wendy Yushan, as he was afraid that something had happened to her in the Daoist sect's ruins. Fortunately, Wendy Yushan had returned a long time ago. "I stayed in the Daoist sect for 9 days, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin was stunned. "Only 9 days?" Wendy Yushan nodded and then asked curiously, "How long did you stay?" 23 days, Lu Yin replied. Wendy Yushan fell into deep thought as this gap was quite large. Lu Yin found it inconceivable, as even the fatty had been able to stay for about 15 days. Furthermore, they had said that a normal person could stay for about 15 days, so why had Wendy Yushan only been able to stay for 9 days? The length of one's stay depended on the connection between their spiritual force and their futon. Could it be that the fatty's spiritual force surpassed Wendy Yushan's? With Wendy Yushan's current strength, even without the secret art, she could easily enter the top 25 of the top 100 rankings, which far surpassed the fatties. However, was her spiritual force lower than the average level of the 6th mainland's cultivators? Perhaps it had something to do with the 6th mainland's cultivation methods, as Lu Yin remembered that they did not care much about domains or battle force. Instead, they focused on imprints and bloodlines, which was the fundamental difference between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland's cultivation methods. How was it in the Daoist sect? Did you encounter any danger? Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan solemnly replied, "I met someone, a realmling." "A realmling?" Lu Yin was stunned. "Are you all right?" Wendy Yushan shook her head. That person claimed to be a realmling from the war martial realm. He came from an aristocratic family of blacksmiths and he was a tool wielder. He was very powerful and I couldn't even hold my sword properly against him. And then? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Wendy Yushan saw the concern in Lu Yin's eyes and her heart warmed. "Don't worry, he didn't do anything to me. He even took me to the scripture pavilion, but I left when my time was up." Lu Yin relaxed. "Good. Remember, don't go to the Daoist sect during this time. That place has already become a battlefield." Wendy Yushan nodded. "I heard about it while I was in the scripture pavilion. The 10 arbiters and the realmlings have appeared, so I can't go to the Daoist sect." "You can't go there either." Lu Yin smiled. "I know. Right, did something happen to you?" Wendy Yushan asked curiously. Lu Yin did not tell her about his encounter with White Knight, as he was afraid that Wendy Yushan would want to enter the Daoist sect to look for White Knight. He only briefly explained the situation in Heaven's Pit and the Nine Cauldrons space. The length of time one can stay in the Daoist sect should be related to one's spiritual force. Do you have any methods to strengthen it? Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan shook her head. There are very few descriptions of spiritual force in the universe, and it seems to have been intentionally hidden. The Day-Night clan is the best at this. Lu Yin asked, then forget about it. Do you have enough resources? Wendy Yushan nodded. Yes. Not long after, Lu Yin left the princess's residence. He had a method to strengthen spiritual force, and that was the Stonewall scriptures. However, he could not even memorize the entire scriptures, let alone teach them to Wendy Yushan. It seemed that he would have to have a chat with the Day-Night clan. There were many inheritances and opportunities within the Daoist sect, and he hoped that Wendy Yushan could obtain them as well. After being together for so long, Wendy Yushan had treated him as her only family member, and she had even handed the Great Yu Empire to him. How could he not treat her as family? When he returned to King Zishan's palace, Enya was already waiting for him. Greetings, Your Highness. How are things going on the Xinwu continent? Lu Yin asked with an expectant gaze. Enya took out a letter and handed it to Lu Yin. This is a letter from the Xinwu Emperor Ming Zhaoshu to Your Highness. Lu Yin frowned, opened the letter and read it. His expression changed. Ming Zhaoshu had been poisoned? And he did not have long to live? In the letter, Ming Zhaoshu requested that Lu Yin help him find a cure. Ming Yen could not leave the Xinwu continent before she fully recovered, as this was to prevent the Xinwu Empire from being left without a successor. He had not expected such an accident to occur. Did our envoy in the Xinwu Empire see Ming Zhaoshu? Lu Yin asked. Enya replied, yes, but only once. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Ming Zhaoshu had to be cured, or else Ming Yen would become the Xinwu Empire's Xinwu Empress, which would be troublesome. He could not allow the Xinwu Empress to work in the Great Yu Empire, which would make it difficult for them to meet in the future. According to Ming Zhaoshu's letter, there were no symptoms of the poison, and it only caused his life force to rapidly drain away. Lu Yin had Enya leave and summon the Great Yu Empire's imperial physician. Life force drain? Your Highness, there are countless poisons in the universe, but I have never seen a poison that can so tyrannically drain one's life force without warning, and I have no way to treat it, the imperial physician respectfully reported. Lu Yin waved a hand to dismiss the physician, and he immediately contacted the bespectacled Mist Child. A poison that can directly drain one's life force? Where can I find it? The bespectacled Mist Child's eyes lit up. Lu Yin asked, let me ask you, is there any way to cure this poison? Chapter 651. Your Highness, is this really poison? The bespectacled female Mist Child asked. Lu Yin shook his head. It wasn't just him. Even Ming Zhaoshu himself wasn't sure. However, Ming Zhaoshu's life force had been drained without any warning and he hadn't been injured. The only possibility was that he had been poisoned. If it's poison, there's no way to cure it unless it's a natural treasure that can directly replenish one's life force, the bespectacled female Mist Child said confidently. Lu Yin frowned. No solution? The bespectacled Mist Child nodded. Some people have been poisoned and have fainted. The poison damages the brain, so we only need to find medicine that can treat the brain. Some people have been poisoned and their bodies have rotted away, so we only need to find medicine that can treat the body. In that case, the life force that has been drained from the poison can only be replenished. There has to be something stealing life, right? Lu Yin asked. The bespectacled Mist Child adjusted her glasses. If we can find it, then we'll be able to find the right medicine. However, His Highness just said that there were no signs at all. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Your Highness, this kind of poison that can drain one's life force is very tyrannical, so it's naturally very precious. Even an enlightened might not be able to cure it. Who's been poisoned? The bespectacled Mist Child was curious. Why had Ming Zhaoshu been poisoned? According to the bespectacled Mist Child, such a precious poison should not exist on the Xinwu continent. Could it have come from outside the realm? The Day-Night clan? No, the Day-Night clan would rather use this poison on him than use it on Ming Zhaoshu. To them Ming Xiaoxu was nothing more than an ant, so who else was there? Neo-Human Alliance? Lu Yin suddenly thought of a possibility. The Xinwu continent was not as simple as it seemed. Lu Yin, Ming Xiaoxu and the Neo-Human Alliance all knew about this, and the only group that could possibly use such a precious poison to harm Ming Xiaoxu was the Neo-Human Alliance. They were willing to pay any price to cause chaos in the Xinwu continent. After the battle in Radiant City, there were definitely people from the Neo-Human Alliance who had escaped. Lu Yin tapped a finger on the table. The Neo-Human Alliance's people were still on Xinwu continent, which meant that the continent was definitely not safe. If Ming Xiaoxu died, then Ming Yan would be next. Ming Xiaoxu could not die. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Men. Your Highness. Kaze appeared. Spread the news that King Zishan's palace is looking for natural treasures and will offer generous rewards. Yes, Your Highness. Kaze was quite efficient and he had been brought into the first squadron by Lu Yin. Within a few hours he had spread the news throughout the entire Great Yu Empire, including Grand Top Weave and Lars Weave. For the Great Yu Empire, all of the movements of King Zishan's palace were necessary. That night Lu Yin received dozens of different types of natural treasures, and one of them was even a purple star. Slu had Lu Yin, teet, Lu, teet. T there, Athis bint teet, Athis people Lu Yin, he, weaves s's. S. Everyone in the innerverse and outerverse had heard of Shamrock Enterprises, and even the average person had heard of the company's influence. On the other hand, the Great Yu Empire, no, the Frostwave Weave, was a name that the vast majority of the innerverse people had never heard of. Even some of the weaves in the outerverse had never heard of it. If it was just their reputation, then it would have been fine. More importantly, Shamrock Enterprises searched the entire universe for seedlings, and the seedlings they found could easily enter the Astral Combat Academy. Dark Void was one of Shamrock Enterprises' seedlings, and there were countless people like him. After countless years, these seedlings had matured, and once their hidden strength was exposed, it would shake the heavens. Lu Yin fell into deep thought as he looked at the purple star in his hand. Shamrock Enterprises needed a natural treasure like the purple star as a primer for many medicines, so why would they give it to him? To them, this purple star might not be too important, but it was an indication of their attitude, a friendly attitude. Regardless, Lu Yin paid for the purple star and entered the secret room. He blocked the monkey and raised his hand, causing the die to appear. After 20 days he could finally roll it. He watched the die slowly spin until it finally stopped at 4 pips. Time stopped space. After entering this space, Lu Yin was sure that he could roll 3 pips. He extended the time limit to 100 days and on his third roll he rolled 3 pips. He placed the purple star on the screen. He remembered that he had once upgraded Undying Yushan's purple star with 150,000 star crystals, but it had only decreased by half. That purple star had been even smaller than this one, so he threw 10 star essence, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 star crystals. The purple star immediately fell to the next level, and its color completely changed from purple to blue. This was a billowing star, an upgraded version of the purple star. Half of the star essence had been used, which meant that 5 star essences were enough for 1 upgrade. Lu Yin took out the billowing star and threw it onto the upper screen. This time, however, the star had only decreased by less than half. He took out another 10 star essences and the billowing star fell to the ground. This time, the surface of the billowing star was almost completely blue. This still wasn't enough. He needed to upgrade it to the point where it could avoid danger, just like the fruit that had healed Zhou Day-Night. Only a natural treasure of this level could replenish Ming Xiaoxu's life force. With a whoosh, the glowing billowing star suddenly flew up, as if it wanted to escape from this space. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he grabbed it. He had used up nearly 100 star essence to upgrade this item to the point where it could avoid danger. He remembered that the white fruit had also used up nearly 100 star essence. Should he upgrade it again? Lu Yin thought about it and decided to continue upgrading it. Since it had already been upgraded to this level, he might as well upgrade it all at once. He refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to replenish Ming Xiaoxu's life force. However, his thinking was too simple. If he wanted to upgrade it, the item that was being upgraded had to have room for improvement. The billowing star's ability to avoid danger had already reached its limit, and it was like a normal weapon that could only be upgraded a few times at most. It was impossible to upgrade it any further because of the quality of the material. The Daoist 3 pips could only upgrade a material, not create one out of nothing. Lu Yin put the billowing star away and then took out a few other natural treasures that could replenish life force. He used up some star essence to upgrade them to the point where they could avoid danger. This was the only thing he could do, as it would be useless unless he found a more valuable natural treasure. It was a pity that Bushtree Planet had many natural treasures, but he couldn't bring them out. He could only use them on that planet. After upgrading his natural treasures, he still had 70 or so days left in this space. Lu Yin took out a large amount of star essence and started absorbing it while activating the serious art. By the time he left the time-stop space, he had already activated 36 stars, which meant that his star energy absorption rate had increased by 4 times compared to when he had only activated 9 stars. Previously he had needed 100 years to complete a cycle, but now he only needed 25 years. However, this was not the end. His current serious art allowed him to activate 99 stars, which was 11 times faster than before. It would take him less than 10 years to complete a cycle, which slightly surpassed some ordinary explorers. He was satisfied for now. Lu Yin summoned Enya and had her personally bring the cosmic ring containing the natural treasures to Shenwu continent to Ming Zhaoshu. He also wanted her to check on Ming Zhaoshu's situation. After Enya left, Lu Yin took out the hoe which he had brought with him when he left the Dao Source sect. Although it did not look good, it was very useful and Lu Yin wanted to see if he could control it. 2 days later, in the Reverend King's residence on Shenwu continent, Ming Yan was absent-mindedly looking at the memorial in her hands in her study. Ming Zhaoshu's sharp gaze swept over, causing Ming Yan to panic and drop the memorial. "I'm sorry, father." Ming Yan apologized softly and picked up the memorial. Ming Zhaoshu's gaze softened and he looked a little apologetic. He sighed. "Yan, do you hate dealing with government affairs?" Ming Yan lowered her head and did not reply. Although there were cases of women in power, they were extremely rare. Generally speaking, very few women were willing to deal with such matters, and Ming Yan was no exception. She had a gentle personality, and even in peaceful times she would not be a qualified ruler, let alone now that the Shenwu continent was in chaos. Ming Zhaoshu handed the memorial to her. "Take a look at how to deal with it." Ming Yan looked at it. "Kong Island's rebellion has been suppressed, and the family of the rebel leader has been detained. Your subject requests that your majesty execute all 320 members of the rebel family. This is a memorial submitted by Kong Island's military. How do you think we should deal with it?" Ming Zhaoshu asked Ming Yan softly. Ming Yan pursed her lips. "The rebellion stems from the people's distrust of the empire. Killing will only increase the conflict and it cannot be stopped." "State your decision," Ming Zhaoshu said. Ming Yan thought for a moment. "Execute the rebel leader and detain the rest until release." Ming Zhaoshu slammed his hand on the desk with a thump. "Detain? Only execute the leader? Do you know what kind of situation the empire is facing right now? Do you know what this leader has done? He found someone to impersonate Ming Hao and tried to capture me. This person is extremely ambitious, and he obtained the support of his entire family's resources to rebel against the empire. You actually want to execute only one person and release the entire family?" Ming Yan lowered her head, her eyes red. "I don't know." "If you don't know, then ask and investigate. Some things can't be seen from the memorial, and if you don't know how to deal with it," Ming Zhaoshu said sternly. He took the memorial and made a symbol. The meaning of this symbol was simple: agree. This symbol determined the fate of all 320 members of the rebel leader's family. "Take a look at this." Ming Zhaoshu threw another memorial to Ming Yan. Ming Yan took it nervously. Liu Zhou's deputy colluded with the Bank of Wuyun to embezzle military funds. The embezzlement amount is 1,000 martial crystals. "What do you see?" Ming Zhaoshu asked. Ming Yan whispered, "This deputy embezzled military funds. He deserves to be killed." Ming Zhaoshu shook his head. "Did you notice the amount?" Ming Yan nodded. 8,000 martial crystals. "Is that a lot?" Ming Zhaoshu asked. "Not much, but embezzling military funds is a heinous crime." Ming Yan whispered back. "Thank you for your support, brothers. Update at 3 p.m. Thank you." Chapter 652. Seeing Ming Yan lower her head, Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice, Lu province was originally one of the main continents that suppressed the rebellion of the Reverent Kingdom's 12 continents. This deputy had once spoken to the previous emperor and had a very good relationship with the previous crown prince, Ming Hao. Now that I have ascended to the throne, he was afraid that I would punish him later, so he purposely exposed his crime of embezzling military funds. He wasn't really asking for punishment, but rather wanted to give me something to use against him so that I could execute him at any time. There's nothing to worry about when it comes to someone who can be executed at any time. That's also why the amount isn't large. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to protect him if the amount was too large. Do you understand? Ming Yan suddenly looked up at Ming Zhaoshu, her eyes red. Father, I don't understand why you're forcing me to learn all this. I don't want to deal with government affairs and I don't want to come into contact with these things. Why must you force me? Ming Zhaoshu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. You're still young and you have the ability to give birth to another son for him to succeed the throne. I don't want to participate in government affairs, so please let me go. I want to go to the Great Yu Empire, Ming Yan pleaded softly, her tears dripping onto the ground. She had had enough over the past few days, and she had experienced a level of pressure that she had never experienced before. The situation just now happened every day and she really didn't know how to deal with it, nor did she want to know. Her thoughts were pure and she only wanted to go to the Great Yu Empire to see that person. The past few days of suppression had made her miss that person very much and she missed his embrace. Ming Zhaoshu didn't say anything as no one could understand his unwillingness. If possible, he also wanted his daughter to live a carefree life. He also wanted to enjoy the fruits of his victory. He had endured for so many years, not even daring to have a son just for this day, but now things had turned out this way. You can leave for now, Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. Ming Yan stood up, bowed to Ming Zhaoshu and then left the study. Not long after, Tang Xi's voice rang out. Your Majesty, Envoy Enya from the Great Yu Empire requests an audience. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes lit up. Invite her in. In the guest hall of the Reverend King's residence, Enya saw Ming Zhaoshu and slowly bowed. Enya greets King Shenwu. Ming Zhaoshu smiled. Miss Enya, please have a seat. Enya took out Lu Yin's letter and handed it to Ming Zhaoshu, along with a cosmic ring. His Highness, please take a look. Ming Zhaoshu eagerly opened the letter. Enya kept looking at Ming Zhaoshu and felt that it was a little strange. This person gave her the feeling that he was very weak, which shouldn't be the case. It was rumored that Ming Zhaoshu was an innate genius who had comprehended a force field. As a cruiser, he had been able to contend against the hunter Ming Zhaotian. After patiently waiting for so many years, he had succeeded in one fell swoop, so he should be in high spirits. However, at this moment Ming Zhaoshu gave off the feeling that he had aged. His Highness had repeatedly instructed him to observe Ming Zhaoshu. Could it be that there was something wrong with Ming Zhaoshu's body? Ming Zhaoshu put down the letter and glanced at his cosmic ring expectantly. He then looked at Enya and said, The Royal Regent has already listed what he wants to say in the letter. Miss Enya, I will have someone take you away to rest. If there's anything else, we can discuss it tomorrow. How about it? Enya nodded and stood up. If that's the case, I'll seek an audience with His Majesty tomorrow. Ming Zhaoshu impatiently asked Tang Xi to take Enya away. He then returned to his private room, took out the billowing star from his cosmic ring and held it tightly. It really does have a mind of its own. It can actually escape. He then swallowed the billowing star. A normal billowing star had been able to completely heal undying Yushan's injuries. Thus, from his perspective, a billowing star that had been upgraded to the point where it could avoid danger should have been able to cure Ming Zhaoshu's poison. However, it had still failed in the end. Ming Zhaoshu looked at himself in the mirror. After recovering his original appearance, he had not dared to look at his old face. Now, after absorbing the billowing star, although he looked younger, he was still old. Furthermore, he could feel that his life force was still flowing away. The billowing star could only replenish a portion of his life force, but it was not enough to detoxify him. Who had poisoned him? Why had such a tyrannical poison been used on him? Ming Zhaoshu roared in grief and indignation. He took out other natural treasures and swallowed them all. His appearance recovered slightly, but he could not stop his life force from flowing away. There was a loud boom as Ming Zhaoshu's rage shattered the ground, causing all of Shanghai city to shake. Tang Si and the others were so frightened that they hurriedly rushed into the private room. "I'm fine. I'm just cultivating," Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. Only then did Tang Si and the others feel reassured and leave. Ming Zhaoshu was very intelligent, but it was precisely because of this intelligence that he could see many things clearly. For example, Lu Yin. He was certain that Lu Yin wanted to cure him, and as long as he existed, Ming Yan would be able to go to the Great Yu Empire with peace of mind. The Xinwu Empire was a stable corner of the Great Eastern Alliance. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin could not cure Ming Zhaoshu's poison. Even with Lu Yin's current status and ability in the Outerverse, he could not cure Ming Zhaoshu's poison. This meant that Ming Zhaoshu was done for unless the person who had poisoned him appeared. However, Ming Zhaoshu had no clue who the culprit was. He guessed that it might be the Neo-Human Alliance, and he even considered agreeing to any conditions as long as the Neo-Human Alliance was willing to cure him. However, no one from the Neo-Human Alliance had appeared yet. Through the outsiders, Ming Zhaoshu understood the goals of this organization and how vicious they were. He also understood the universe's attitude towards this organization. No matter which path he took, he would not have a good ending. Ming Zhaoshu stayed in the secret room for 2 whole days, and he did not even attend the meeting with Enya. On the 3rd day he called Ming Yan over from his study. "You've always wanted to know why father forced you. Today father will tell you." Ming Zhaoshu then returned to his original appearance. His aged white hair fell, and the person in front of Ming Yan was not the wise and mighty father that she remembered. Instead he was a dying old man. Ming Yan's pupils shrank and her face turned pale as she covered her mouth. She stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Ming Zhaoshu bitterly said, "Father has been poisoned. No one can cure this poison and I don't have much time left. Now do you know why father wants you to handle government affairs? It's because you want to inherit the Xinwu Empire." Ming Yan shook her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. She slowly walked over to Ming Zhaoshu's side. "Father, why did this happen? Who poisoned you?" Ming Zhaoshu closed his eyes. Success or failure is determined by the heavens. Life is not in the hands of others. Yan, father does not have much time left. The Xinwu Empire cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. You are the true successor. I don't want to inherit the empire. I want you to live well, father. Ming Yan shouted. Ming Zhaoshu sighed. Silly child. No one wants to die if they can. Enya once again visited the Reverend King's residence to seek an audience with Ming Zhaoshu, but Tang Si's answer disappointed her. His Majesty is handling government affairs. Miss Enya, you can go back and rest while you wait for his summons. Enya frowned and her tone turned cold. His Majesty seems to dislike the Great Yu Empire. Is he trying to break his promise? Tang Si hurriedly replied, Miss Enya, you're overthinking things. His Majesty's health is poor and there are too many government affairs to handle. Even the princess is helping His Majesty in his study. He really doesn't have the time. Even Princess Ming Yan is there? Enya was shocked. In the courtyard of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Yan supported Ming Zhaoshu as they walked around. Ming Zhaoshu shook his head. Yan, father is fine. Let go. Ming Yan was sad. I'm sorry, father. I've always disappointed you. Ming Zhaoshu looked at the 5 ceiling planets in the sky. The universe is vast and boundless. Yan, do you want to go out? Ming Yan shook her head. I don't want to. I just want to accompany you. Ming Zhaoshu muttered, You don't want to go out but someone else wants to come in. Ming Yan's body trembled, and she looked up at the 5 ceiling planets with a complicated expression. People from the outside world have always coveted Xinwu continent. Even if we have the 5 ceiling planets, it doesn't mean that we're safe. Xinwu continent needs to unite in order to resist these foreign enemies, and the Xinwu Empire cannot fall into chaos. Internally we need stability. Externally we need support, and this support is the Great Yu Empire, which is Lu Yin. Lu Yin likes you and you like him as well. I won't stop the 2 of you from being together, but you have to remember that you can't completely rely on others. If I'm here I can support you, but if I'm not, you have to support yourself. Even if you want to marry Lu Yin, you can't marry him as a princess. You have to marry him as King Xinwu of the Xinwu Empire. Ming Yan looked at Ming Zhaoshu, her eyes filled with confusion about the future. King Xinwu? Ming Zhaoshu patted her head and said, You have to inherit the empire. Don't think that you can have him just because he likes you. That's not realistic. The universe is too big and his future is immeasurable. There will be many women by his side and each of them will have their own background and abilities. If you're just a pretty face, you'll eventually be replaced, whether it's for yourself or for the empire. You have to inherit the position of King Shenwu. You have to inherit the throne. Ming Yan's gaze was complicated and her thoughts were in chaos. I can't give you much time. Before that, I'll do my best to help you resolve the problems, but you'll still have to rely on yourself for the future. I can't accompany you, Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. Ming Yan's fingers clutched Ming Zhaoshu's sleeves, and she lowered her head as her body trembled. In the Great Yu Empire, the imperial court meeting had ended, and only Luing Zishan remained behind. Your Highness, Darkstar Gorge's Duke Jadestone wishes to speak with you, Luing Zishan said respectfully. Duke Jadestone? Is he the one who betrayed Darkstar Gorge and caused it to suffer such heavy losses? Even Puyu's parents died? Luing asked. Luing Zishan replied, that's him. The Empire wants to pull Adonis Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, and Darkstar Gorge is Adonis Weave's strongest power. This person is the key to opening Darkstar Gorge. What does he want to talk to me about? Luing was curious. Luing Zishan replied, he says that he has information that he wants to use in exchange for his freedom. Freedom? He doesn't want to help us convince Darkstar Gorge? Luing was dissatisfied. Luing Zishan did not answer. Inya had drawn up the Great Eastern Alliance's treaty and had used Mafioso Planet's secrets to coerce the various powers into helping her. She had only been the one who had drawn up the treaty, and the ones who had actually carried it out were the 13 Imperial Squadrons. For example, the 5th Imperial Squadron had been responsible for dealing with the Six-Fingered Tribe in Lars Weave, while the 13th Imperial Squadron had been responsible for dealing with Adonis Weave. All right, let's talk, Luing said casually. Chapter 653. Luing Zishan activated her gadget, and an old man with a weathered face appeared on the screen. When he saw Luing, fear flashed through his eyes and he hurriedly bowed. Darkstar Gorge's Duke Jadestone greets the Royal Regent. You're not from the Great Yu Empire, so there's no need for you to bow to me. It's only right that your Highness oppresses the Outerverse. Duke Jadestone was trying to curry favor with Luing, but his old face disgusted Luing. Lu-Yin's lips curled upwards. Should I? But I heard that you don't want to work with me. Duke Jadestone's face was pale as he hurriedly said, Your Highness, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to cooperate but that I'm unable to. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Elder Wu died at your hands and Darkstar Gorge has suffered heavy losses at your hands. Furthermore, Puyu and the others are firmly opposed to joining the Great Eastern Alliance. Darkstar Gorge will never agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if this old man agrees, it would be useless. So you don't want me to force you? Duke Jadestone bowed and said respectfully, It is this old man's honor to be able to serve your Highness, but this old man has no other choice. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Tell me about it, Luing said casually as he sat in his chair. Duke Jadestar gulped and said carefully, Your Highness, do you remember when we were pursued on Shuda Planet? The pursuers came from Darkstar Gorge. Luing looked up at Duke Jadestone and narrowed his eyes. At that time, Darkstar Gorge was already aware of how your Highness had killed the Enlighter, so the people chasing after you were already on guard. Your Highness probably doesn't know who leaked the information, Duke Jadeite said. She carefully looked at Luing and then fearfully said, The person who leaked the information came from the Tri-Banner Federation. Lu-Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Tri-Banner Federation? Yes, it's the Tri-Banner Federation. Darkstar Gorge has investigated this matter, and although this person is from the Tri-Banner Federation, the mastermind behind this is an expert from the Northline Flow Zone, Duke Jadeite said. Lu-Yin's eyes narrowed as anger welled up in his heart. Really was Granny Chan. Aside from her, no one else knew about his methods. How am I supposed to trust you? Luing asked coldly. Duke Jadestone hurriedly said, The person who leaked the information from the Tri-Banner Federation has already been captured. Your Highness, you can ask someone to personally interrogate him. This old man would definitely not dare to deceive your Highness. Lu Yin waved a hand and Luing Zishan turned off the screen and stood to the side. Lu Yin sat down and pondered for a moment before asking, "Who's handling the Tri-Banner Federation?" 6th Imperial Squadron, Peach, Luing Zishan replied. "They've already made contact?" "Not yet. Flaxen Weave has been occupied by people from Northline Flow Zone, and Northline Flow Zone has an enlighter." Granny Chan Enya told Peach not to act rashly for the time being, and she's only arranged for people to stay hidden. Lu Yin nodded. "Tell Peach not to act rashly. I'll personally take care of Flaxen Weave's matters." "Yes, Your Highness. How should we deal with this Duke Lulu?" Luing Zishan asked. "Don't worry about him and don't come into contact with him in the future," Lu Yin said. "Yes." After watching Luing Zishan leave, Lu Yin walked out of the palace and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, there were no eternal friends in the universe. There were only eternal benefits, rotten systems and so-called dignity. There had been no conflict between Northline Flow Zone and Northline Flow Zone, and they had even helped each other, but they had still been plotted against. Lu Yin believed that Granny Chan had not plotted against him for the sake of the Great Yu Empire, but rather for the so-called dignity of an enlighter. These people would not allow a puny Lemiter to challenge an enlighter's dignity, and they would not allow a Lemiter to have the power to threaten them. Thus they had not hesitated to act. It was no wonder why Granny Chan had refused to accompany him to Shuda Planet. But this was also good as there was no need for him to have any misgivings. Vast Earth Weave was located to the east of Dark Mist Weave and Grand Top Weave. In the eastern weaves, Vast Earth Weave could be considered the strongest since it had given birth to two enlighters. One was Elder Zhou, who had been born on an ordinary planet and had never received any guidance from a famous teacher. However, his cultivation path had been exceptionally smooth, and he had managed to reach the enlighter realm. Some time ago he had been summoned to Iron Blood Weave, and he was currently participating in the construction of Iron Blood Weave with Night Queen Qiuyu and the others. The other was Vast Earth Weave's leader, Elder Meng Qing of the Vast Earth Sect. With two enlighters, the Vast Earth Sect had once dominated the Eastern Weaves 1,000 years ago. Even Adonis Weave and Dark Mist Weave had been suppressed by the Vast Earth Sect. Unfortunately, ever since Meng Qing had gone into seclusion, Vast Earth Weave had become much more low-key. Now, Elder Zhou had been summoned to Iron Blood Weave, which meant that Vast Earth Weave did not have a single enlighter. This was the biggest headache for the Vast Earth Sect Master Meng Tianlong. They were facing the pressure of the Great Yu Empire, or to put it bluntly, Lu Yin. The Great Yu Empire had proposed the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, and the Vast Earth Sect had been discussing it for many days, but there had been no conclusion. The Vast Earth Sect had also contacted Elder Zhou, who was currently in Iron Blood Weave, but they had not received a reply. Now the Vast Earth Sect was on the verge of falling apart because of this matter. "Qingyan, why are you so protective of the Great Yu Empire? Are you plotting something with them?" an elder shouted. Qingyan angrily rebuked, "Hua, I just don't want to be bullied by the Innerverse anymore. Who hasn't been bullied by the Astral River Arc before? Even a puny cultivator on the Arc dares to make things difficult for you and me. I don't want to experience that kind of humiliation again. The Innerverse and Outerverse have already been separated. Sooner or later we'll be connected again. You've definitely been bribed by the Great Yu Empire. What proof do you have? If I've been bribed by the Great Yu Empire, then may the heavens strike me down." "Alright, stop arguing." Meng Tianlong frowned and looked at the elders in front of him. Lars Weave's Six-Fingered Tribe and Dark Mist Weave's Shenwu Continent have both joined the Great Eastern Alliance. Have you all seen the alliance agreement? Qingyan loudly replied, "Sect Master, I've seen it before." The alliance agreement is beneficial to all the powers that have joined the alliance. The Great Yu Empire's royal regent Lu Yin also wishes for the Outerverse to unite. This isn't just his idea but also the Hall of Honors. When the Hall of Honor was mentioned, everyone fell silent. They could deny Lu Yin, but they didn't dare to deny the Hall of Honor. It was the ruler of the human domain, an invisible behemoth that ruled over all living beings. The Hall of Honor had summoned even an enlighter like Elder Zhou to Iron Blood Weave, which showed how influential the Hall of Honor was. Lu Yin is Lu Yin and the Hall of Honor is the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin, since when can you represent the Hall of Honor? A voice rang out and everyone turned to look behind Elder Hua. Qing Yan slammed the table. How dare you? Who allowed you to speak? How impudent! Elder Hua, that's one of your people. Elder Hua did not turn around, but the person standing behind him smirked and looked up. His appearance changed along with his hair, which had originally been short and black, becoming black and white. Everyone was shocked when they saw the black and white hair. The Day-Night clan? The person beamed at the crowd. Everyone, when has the Innerverse ever bullied you? I'm Yang Day-Night and I'm from the Day-Night clan. Qing Yan and the rest looked at Yang Day-Night in shock. The sudden arrival of a Day-Night clan member was unexpected, and it gave them a bad premonition. Meng Tianlong's face darkened as he stared at Elder Hua. Give me an explanation. Elder Hua did not speak, so Yang Day-Night continued. Sect Master, there's no need to blame Elder Hua. Someone wants to harm the vast Earth sect, and Elder Hua just wants to eradicate the evil. My Day-Night clan is willing to help. He then spread out his hands. Everyone can take a look at your gadgets. There's something you're interested in. Everyone looked at their gadgets, puzzled. Qing Yan looked over and his expression changed. He leaped out, but Yang Day-Night had already expected this. He punched out and black and white intersected. A terrifying tremor caused the vast Earth sect to rumble. A strange fluctuation swept across the area, and Qing Yan's eyes went slack as he fell to the ground. Yang Day-Night walked over to Qing Yan's side and stepped on his body. He then looked at Meng Tianlong. Sect Master Meng, I won't trouble you with how to deal with this. Meng Tianlong's face was gloomy. Yang Day-Night had sent them a message about how Qing Yan had killed his eldest son Meng Guang. The information was exactly the same as what Lu Yin had received from Mafioso Planet. Qing Yan's back was in intense pain and his mind was in a mess. He had been severely injured by Yang Day-Night's punch. Everyone else was bewildered by this scene. Meng Tianlong walked over to Qing Yan and squatted down, staring at him coldly. No wonder the entire sect couldn't find out about little Guang's death. You were the one who was covering up the truth. Qing Yan's mouth was bleeding and he looked at Meng Tianlong pleadingly. I didn't, Sect Master. I was framed. Yang Day-Night sneered. Since you were framed, why were you in such a hurry to escape? Why did you agree to work for the Great Yu Empire? Qing Yan was furious and he glared at Yang Day-Night viciously. Nonsense. I didn't contact the Great Yu Empire at all. We'll find out once we investigate. Elder Qing, you're still a hunter and you should be able to oversee a region. There's no need to throw away your dignity before you die, Yang Day-Night said disdainfully. Meng Tianlong pressed a hand against Qing Yan's back, and with a thump, Qing Yan howled in pain as all of his meridians were shattered. Take him away and lock him up. Elder Angio sighed, not because of Qing Yan but because of the exchange just now. Qing Yan was an elder of the vast Earth sect and had a power level of 150,000. Yang Day-Night's power level was similar to his, but he had still been defeated with a single punch. The difference between the two was too great, and this was the difference between the Innerverse and the Outerverse. Elder Angio looked at Yang Day-Night's arrogant expression, and he suddenly felt that an alliance between the Outerverse and the Great Yu Empire was not necessarily a bad thing. However, they definitely could not ally with the Great Yu Empire. The Great Yu Empire's ambitions were too great, or rather Lu Yin's. Even an enlighter would not be able to stop him. Working with someone like that would easily lead to being eaten alive. Meng Tianlong's thoughts were complicated and he said to Yang Day-Night, "Many thanks to the Day-Night clan for your assistance, but the sect has some important matters to attend to at the moment. Please forgive us for our lack of hospitality." Yang Day-Night did not care about the vast Earth sect's attitude. He had already achieved his goal, so he left without looking back. As a Day-Night clan expert, he did not need to care about these Outerverse sections. Chapter 654. Sect Master, I'm sorry. I brought someone in without the sect's permission. I'm willing to accept your punishment, Elder Angio said in a low voice. Meng Tianlong waved a hand. Let's not talk about this for now. Now that Qing Yan is dead, the Great Yu Empire won't let this matter rest. What do you think? Elder Angio frowned. The Great Yu Empire doesn't care about Qing Yan. He was just a messenger. Now that he's dead, they'll definitely send someone important to negotiate with us. At the very least, it'll be a hunter. Will Lu Yin come? Meng Tianlong asked worriedly. He wasn't the only one worried. Everyone, including Elder Angio, was worried. Lu Yin was too overbearing and he wouldn't leave easily once he showed up. The vast Earth sect might not be able to give him the results he wanted, and when the time came, blood would flow like rivers. I never thought that the child who entered the Astral Combat Academy at the same time as my son would be able to make my vast Earth sect helpless, Meng Tianlong sighed. Not long after, Meng Tianlong appeared alone at the foot of a barren mountain in the vast Earth sect. He bowed and said, Meng Tianlong requests an audience with the elder. There was no response. Meng Tianlong shouted again, but there was still no response. He sighed helplessly. The sect is in danger, and this junior requests the elder to help us survive this crisis. However, there was still no response, so Meng Tianlong helplessly left. This was where the vast Earth sect's elder Meng Qing had gone into seclusion. He had not appeared since 1,000 years ago, and Meng Tianlong had only tried to call out to him, but the results were disappointing. News of Qing Yan's death quickly reached Lu Yin's ears, and he also learned the details. Qing Yan wasn't the only person from the Great Yu Empire in the vast Earth sect. There were also others who had been bribed with money or other methods. He immediately tried to contact the Mist Child, but she couldn't be reached. It was only a few hours later that she sent a message. Your Highness, you were looking for me? The Mist Child appeared on the screen. She looked exhausted and there was still a trace of killing intent in her eyes. It was obvious that she had just completed a mission. Who else knows about those secrets besides me? Lu Yin asked directly. The Mist Child was puzzled. Why do you ask, Your Highness? Haven't you received the news? Qing Yan is dead and his secrets have been exposed, Lu Yin said as he stared at her. The bespectacled Mist Child was shocked, and she hurriedly lowered her head to look at something. Her expression constantly changed and she finally looked at Lu Yin and apprehensively said, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Someone from Mafioso Planet betrayed us and took away those secrets in the form of a rubbing. To whom? Lu Yin's tone turned cold. The bespectacled Mist Child shook her head. I'm not sure. The traitor is a Hunter Realm assassin, and he's second only to the original Hunter Mist Child. I don't know much about this person. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Has Mafioso Planet made any contact with the Day-Night clan recently? The Mist Child replied, No, but I just received a mission. The one who issued it has a certain connection to the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then she had been purposely transferred away so that the Hunter Realm assassin could steal her secrets. Of course, there was also another possibility, which was that this woman was trying to do business with both parties. She had sold the secrets to both Lu Yin and the Day-Night clan. Your Highness, you're not doubting me, are you? The bespectacled Mist Child looked at Lu Yin with an aggrieved expression. Lu Yin did not reply and immediately cut off the call. He then contacted another person, Phantom Sting, who was a hunter from Mafioso Planet, Mist Child. On Mafioso Planet, who has access to the core secrets? Lu Yin asked Phantom Sting on his screen. Phantom Sting answered in a low voice. A Mist Child is a symbol of status on Mafioso Planet. Even a Sentinel Mist Child has access to more information than an ordinary Explorer Realm assassin. No matter how strong an assassin is, they're still an assassin. Mist Children are an exception. I know that Mafioso Planet has a habit of recording the client's secrets on metal plates. Who has access to them? Lu Yin asked again. Phantom Sting fell silent for a moment. Mist Children. Can a Hunter Realm assassin have access to them? Lu Yin asked. Unless they avoid the Mist Children, they can't. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The bespectacled Mist Child was the only Mist Child left on Mafioso Planet. The others had either been killed or transferred away, such as Top Mist. As an Enlighter Mist Child, he was one of the top powerhouses on Mafioso Planet and he was currently an Iron Blood Weave. Without the Mist Children around, the hunters were the strongest and they might be able to steal the secrets. After ending his conversation with Phantom Sting, the bespectacled Mist Child contacted him again. Lu Yin did not pick up, which showed that he did not trust her. He was not angry as the bespectacled Mist Child was not his subordinate. Even if she had sold the goods, it could not be considered a betrayal. He had only done so to show his attitude and pressure her, which would make things easier for him in the future. Right now he wanted to contact Madame Mylan as he wanted to know what the Day-Night clan was planning. "Student Lu, I've been waiting for you." Madame Mylan appeared on his screen and beamed at him. Lu Yin smiled. "In that case, Madame should know what I'm trying to do." Madame Mylan nodded. "You should be looking for the Sun family." The Sun family? Lu Yin was truly surprised as he did not know where they had come from. "The Sun family contacted Elder Chuyu and he asked us to cooperate with them to deal with you." "Why would the Sun family want to deal with me?" Lu Yin was curious. Madame Mylan shook her head. "I'm not sure. The current leader of the Sun family in the Outerverse is an elder called Xianxia. He was left behind in the Outerverse because of the struggle for Pyrolite. Right, Xianxia has a granddaughter called Sun Meiren. You should have met her before." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "She died at the hands of a corpse king in Mingdu. It has nothing to do with me. But you were the one who initiated the attack on Mingdu, and you were also the one who forced Sun Meiren, Night King Chongfeng and the others to gather. To the Day-Night clan, the death of any Night King is a huge matter. Night King Chongfeng's death is directly related to you and Sun Meiren is also involved. Elder Chuyu asked us to cooperate with the Sun family to deal with you because of this." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Madam, aren't you afraid that Elder Chuyu will find out that you're telling me this?" Madame Mylan smiled. "The Day-Night clan can't wait for us to do all the tyrannical things in the universe. So what if I tell you? I just want you to die with a clear understanding. This is what most people in the Day-Night clan think. Student Lu, how do you plan to deal with this?" "Madam, you don't seem to have much enmity towards me." Madame Mylan smiled. "You should be clear about the internal relationships of the Day-Night clan, so why ask so many questions? However, I can't help you. Is the Sun family really targeting me just because of Sun Meiren?" Lu Yin asked. He did not believe it. The Sun family was able to occupy a flow zone in the Innerverse, even if it was just a small flow zone. The Sun family's boldness was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Furthermore, they were a semi-hidden family, so why would they target him just because of a junior? Lu Yin's battle record was something that even enlighters would not dare to provoke. "Student Lu, if you don't believe me, you can contact the Sun family yourself. However, I'm not sure if you'll be able to contact them," Madame Mylan said before giving Lu Yin a contact number. Lu Yin bid farewell to Madame Mylan and ended the call. He then contacted the Sun family. The call was successfully connected and an old man appeared on the screen. The moment he saw Lu Yin, he immediately ended the call. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. It seemed that the Sun family was determined to become his enemy. Was it worth it for Sun Meiren? Furthermore, Sun Meiren had died at the hands of a corpse king, which seemed a little far-fetched to him. But if it wasn't for Sun Meiren, then why would the Sun family oppose him? Even the Day-Night clan had endured for the time being, but the Sun family had jumped out and attacked without holding back. They definitely had something to back them up, but where did their confidence come from? Lu Yin calculated the number of enemies that could threaten him. Night Queen Chuyu, Huahui and Granny Chan were all three enlighters. The Sun family had already contacted Night Queen Chuyu and received the support of the Day-Night clan. Perhaps they might have contacted Huahui or Granny Chan as well. Given the style of a semi-hidden family, they definitely had full confidence in taking action. This was evident from the fact that they had immediately ended the call without saying a single word. How had he offended the Sun family to the point that they had to take action? Lu Yin suddenly recalled his conflict with Sun Jiong in the Starfall Sea. That shouldn't have been the case, as it had only been a small conflict. Regardless of why the Sun family wanted to become his enemy, what he needed to do now was to limit his losses. Lu Yin stopped all activities related to forming an alliance. As long as he did not expose those secrets, the Sun family would not take the initiative to do so. He needed to minimize his losses as much as possible. That night, news spread that a huge change had occurred in the Six-Fingered tribe in Lars Weave. Luke Seamus' secret had been exposed, and the current leader of the Six-Fingered tribe, Bok Seamus, was actually Luke Seamus' son. Luke Seamus had even assassinated the previous leader. This secret shook the entire Lars Weave and the Six-Fingered tribe was furious. Everyone demanded an explanation from Luke Seamus, and even Bok Seamus' position as leader was questioned. A few hours after the news broke, Luke Seamus committed suicide. He admitted that he had assassinated the previous leader, but he firmly denied that he had anything to do with Bok Seamus. His death temporarily quelled the rumors. Along with this scandal, Luke Xian's deal with the Great Yu Empire was also exposed. This caused the Six-Fingered tribe to be filled with suspicion and resentment towards the Great Yu Empire. Many of the tribe members believed that Luke Xian had betrayed the Great Yu Empire, and he had even handed over the inheritance of the tribe's sacrificial grounds to Lu Yin. This was something that the Six-Fingered tribe could not accept. Fortunately, Bok Xian had been in power for many years and had some prestige, so he was able to temporarily suppress this matter. Otherwise, not only would the alliance have collapsed but it might have even caused a war. By the time Lu Yin received the news, it was already too late and he could not deal with it in time. Although he was furious, it was not visible on his face. The Sun family had given him a huge gift and he would remember it. However, this was not the greatest gift that the Sun family had given Lu Yin. The next day, Lu Yin saw Elder Lohar's image appear on a screen in front of him, and he knew that the biggest problem had arrived. He had used the Hall of Honor's name to form the Great Eastern Alliance, and if no one revealed this to the public, Elder Lohar would not care too much about it. After all, forming the Great Eastern Alliance would benefit the Outerverse. However, if someone exposed this matter, then it would not be easy to deal with. The Hall of Honor's name was not something that could be casually used, and this was the Sun family's greatest weapon against Lu Yin. Chapter 655. Greetings, Elder Lohar. Lu Yin's tone was respectful. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin and sighed. I've met countless youths, but of all of them you're the most courageous. You made an enemy of the Day-Night clan, killed an Enlighter, contributed to Iron Blood Weave and traveled among the various great powers. Any one of these things is enough to shake the Innerverse and Outerverse, and I admire you. Thank you, Elder, Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Because of your contributions I've even given you some pointers and felt sorry for you. However, admiration is one thing. There are some things you've done that have crossed the line. Elder Lohar's face sank. Lu Yin fell silent and did not speak. The Hall of Honor is the supreme ruler of the human domain. Even if you haven't been to the Neoverse, you should understand the meaning of these 4 symbols. With your 6 honor points, it's understandable for you to occasionally borrow their name. However, using the Hall of Honor's name to establish the Great Eastern Alliance is a little presumptuous. It's understandable for youths to be a little impulsive, but there should be a bottom line. Elder Lohar's tone was stern as he stared at Lu Yin. When he heard Elder Lohar's reprimand, Lu Yin was not afraid. Instead, he relaxed a little, as being reprimanded meant that there was still room for negotiation. Elder is right. This junior won't dare to do it again, Lu Yin respectfully replied. Elder Lohar grunted. Someone came to me and complained about you. Actually, this isn't a big deal, but since someone brought it up, you should be punished. The Hall of Honor dominates the human domain not only because of their strength but also because of their fairness. Do you understand? This junior understands, Lu Yin replied. Using the Hall of Honor's name to establish the Great Eastern Alliance is a great crime. However, since you've made great contributions to Iron Blood Weave and the original intention of establishing the Great Eastern Alliance was to help the Outerverse resist the Astral Beast domain, the punishment will be light. 2 honor points will be deducted as a warning. Do you accept this? Elder Lohar asked solemnly. Lu Yin bowed. This junior understands. Thank you for your light punishment, Elder. Lu Yin could still accept the deduction of just 2 honor points, as he knew that this was indeed a light punishment. Anyone could tell that the Great Eastern Alliance was established to help the Outerverse resist foreign enemies, but it was also established for Lu Yin's own personal benefit. However, Elder Lohar had avoided this point and emphasized that Lu Yin had established the Great Eastern Alliance for the sake of the Outerverse resistance against the Astral Beast domain. This matter ends here. However, there's another matter that you handled too carelessly. Elder Lohar's tone changed and Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Not good, there's still a backup plan. The Sun family has more than one complaint. Suddenly Lu Yin thought of something and his face paled. I've heard that there's a place in the dark mist we've called Shenwu Continent, and the ruler of that place is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. You're the one who's handling this matter, right? Elder Lohar's tone was cold and it was completely different from before. This time the Neo-Human Alliance was involved. The Hall of Honor knew more about the 3 Dark Hands than anyone else. Because of this, whenever the three dark hands were involved, the problem would be more serious. The Sun family's greatest backup plan against Lu Yin was here. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "Elder, the one who colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance was the Shenwu Empire's previous Shenwu Emperor, Ming Zhaotian. This junior has already eliminated Ming Zhaotian, and I've also eliminated the Neo-Human Alliance on Shenwu continent." Eliminated? What arrogance! Elder Lohar barked. Any place where a Neo-Human Alliance corpse king that's stronger than an explorer appears must be completely eliminated. Planets and continents are no exception. What do you think the Neo-Human Alliance is? They represent darkness, an endless darkness. Even I don't dare to say that I can eliminate all of the Neo-Human Alliance's remnants in a place, let alone you. Elder, there were many experts from other powers who acted with this junior, including the Day-Night clan. Those people can testify that the Neo-Human Alliance has already disappeared from Shenwu continent, Lu Yin said anxiously. Elder Lohar snorted. Lu Yin, I'll overlook your selfishness towards Shenwu continent on account of your extreme innate gift and your contributions to Iron Blood Weave. You handled this matter very carelessly and Shenwu continent must be completely wiped out. I will personally take action and none of the living beings will be able to survive. This is the safest method. As for you, remember this lesson. In the future, any place where a Neo-Human Alliance corpse king that's stronger than an explorer appears must be completely wiped out. If there's a next time, I'll deduct all of your honor points. Elder Lohar was about to end the call. Lu Yin's face paled. Wipe out Shenwu continent. That was an entire continent with hundreds of millions of humans. If they all died, not a single one would survive. Ming Yan would also die. No, absolutely not. Lu Yin suddenly looked up. Hold on, Elder. Elder Lohar stared at Lu Yin with a dignified gaze. You want to defy the Hall of Honor's orders? Lu Yin let out a long breath and smiled bitterly. Defying the Hall of Honor was the Sun family's plan. They knew that Lu Yin had a relationship with Ming Yan, and it was very likely that Lu Yin would prevent Elder Lohar from wiping out Shenwu continent. Thus they had exposed this matter one after another. The Sun family's people were very smart. But no matter how smart they would never have thought that Lu Yin would not dare to go against the Hall of Honor. Would he be punished for going against the Hall of Honor? Not necessarily. Elder, have you heard of the Daoist sect? Lu Yin slowly asked as he looked at Elder Lohar. When he heard the words Daoist sect, Elder Lohar's expression changed. Where did you hear that from? I didn't hear it. Lu Yin then took out his futon. My master gave this to me. When Elder Lohar saw the futon, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. A futon? You actually have a futon? Who's your master? Lu Yin put the futon away. Master told me not to reveal his name. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin in bewilderment, and his brows furrowed as he pondered. Lu Yin did not say anything and he simply waited. Kid, do you still remember what I told you back in Iron Blood Weave? Elder Lohar asked. Lu Yin nodded. Elder, you told me not to use any external forces. Not that. I once said that if the inner verse and outer verse were not separated, I could help you fight for a spot. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Elder, are you talking about a spot to enter the Daoist sect's ruins? Elder Lohar nodded. At present, only the 10 arbiters from the 5th mainland can enter the Daoist sect's ruins. And the requirement to use a futon to enter the Daoist sect's ruins is for youths with a skeletal age of less than 40 years. Some of the 10 arbiters are about to surpass the age limit, and Elder wants to help me fight for a spot. Elder Lohar was shocked. You know quite a bit. What else do you know? Have you already been to the Daoist sect? Have you come into contact with anyone? Lu Yin looked at Elder Lohar. I've been there twice and I've come into contact with people from the 6th mainland. I know about imprints, bloodlines, and the 3 progenitors. Elder Lohar sighed. Seems like you really do know everything. Elder, does the 10 arbiters' great authority have anything to do with entering the Daoist sect's ruins? Lu Yin asked. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin with a meaningful gaze. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin hurriedly bowed. I'm just curious. Elder Lohar thought about it for a long time before nodding. Kid, you're smart, really smart. However, there are some things that the Hall of Honor has a bottom line. Even if you have a way to enter the Daoist sect, you cannot cross this bottom line. The Neo-Human Alliance is the bottom line. Junior can guarantee that nothing will happen to Xinwu continent. You don't even know the extent of the disaster that the Neo-Human Alliance can bring to the human domain. Junior understands, and I hope that Elder can give me a chance to resolve this issue with Xinwu continent. If I can't, then it won't be too late for Elder to take action. Xinwu continent has been sealed off by the 5 sealing planets, and Senior should know that I have the ability to see through the dangers of source boxes. The 5 sealing planets used source boxes to seal off Xinwu continent, and this method is something that even multiple enlighters cannot break through. Even if there are remnants of the Neo-Human Alliance on Xinwu continent, they will not be able to break through the 5 sealing planets. Senior, please be at ease, Lu Yin said respectfully. Elder Lohar frowned at Lu Yin. Why are you so concerned about Xinwu continent? Lu Yin did not answer and he only bowed deeply. Elder Lohar sighed. Alright, I can give you a chance. For now, I won't touch Xinwu continent, but I will send someone to monitor it closely. If I discover that the situation is out of control, I will personally take action. At that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, Elder. Elder Lohar grunted and sized Lu Yin up. He then praised, Kid, what do you think of the 6th mainland's cultivators? Lu Yin was about to say that their average power level was very high, but then he suddenly recalled what White Knight had said to Blood Looney in the cauldron. Junior encountered no less than 106th mainland's cultivators in the Daoist sect's ruins, and the weakest one was able to unleash an imprint, but his power level was comparable to an expert on the top 100 rankings. Their average power level far surpasses that of our 5th mainlands. However, their cultivation system is too rigid, and it's as if they want to become stronger for the sake of becoming stronger. It has nothing to do with cultivation, and the path of cultivation is filled with unknown variables. It's like fighting against the heavens. On the other hand, they have always walked the path of their predecessors and even borrowed their strength. They might become very strong in the future, but their path is becoming narrower and narrower, and there is less of a possibility. Well said. Elder Lohar was delighted, and he looked at Lu Yin with an unprecedented admiration. I never thought that you would be able to see this point at such a young age. Not bad at all. I was worried that you would be attracted to the 6th mainland's cultivation system and suffer a setback, but since you can see it so clearly, I don't need to say more, huh? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Thank you for your praise, Elder. Kid, work hard on your cultivation. Your innate talent is top-notch and you have foresight. You are intelligent and you also have many opportunities. In the future, your achievements will definitely not be any lower than the 10 arbiters. I have high hopes for you, Elder Lohar praised. Lu Yin hurriedly agreed. Right, if you encounter the 10 arbiters in the Daoist sect's ruins, ask about the situation in the Innerverse. Elder Lohar suddenly changed the topic, but then he muttered to himself, but you might not be able to meet them. Not to mention that they have already come into contact with their own inheritances, they might not even have the time to enter the Daoist sect. Lu Yin did not mention that the Daoist sect's ruins had already become a battlefield, as he was worried that Elder Lohar would force him to participate and become cannon fodder for the 10 arbiters. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze, thank you all for your support. Third update, thank you. Chapter 656. Little brat, does your master really not want to reveal his name? Elder Lohar asked. Lu Yin was put in a difficult position. Master did not tell me his name, so even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. Elder Lohar fell into deep thought. There were only 10 futons in the 5th mainland, and now that there was an additional one, where had he come from? The 6th mainland had many futons, but the people of the 5th mainland would not go to the 6th mainland to steal them. Could his master have come from the 6th mainland? That was impossible, as no one from the 6th mainland would accept someone from the 5th mainland as a disciple. Or was this Lu Yin from the 6th mainland? Elder Lohar quickly shook his head and rejected this idea, as there was no need for the 6th mainland to arrange for such a talented youth to come here. Furthermore, if he really was from the 6th mainland, then he would not have revealed his futon. Could the 5th mainland have other futons? After a while, Elder Lohar spoke to Lu Yin. Little brat, You used the Hall of Honor's name to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, and I represent the Hall of Honor in deducting 2 honor points from you. However, since you have entered the Daoist sect's ruins with your futon, this is a great merit, and you have the possibility of obtaining the ancient Daoist sect's inheritance. I represent the Hall of Honor in awarding you 7 honor points. From now on, your total number of honor points has increased to 11. Lu Yin's heart trembled as entering the Daoist sect was more important than he had imagined. It had actually increased his honor points to 11, which was another level. With 11 honor points, his death would be investigated by the Hall of Honor, and if he died due to revenge, the Hall of Honor would seek revenge. Having 11 honor points was equivalent to having a golden ticket to avoid death. In the human domain, which was controlled by the Hall of Honor, as long as he revealed 11 honor points, even the Day-Night clan would not dare to kill him. This was an absolute privilege. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Thank you, Elder. Elder Lohar grunted in acknowledgement. Little brat, be careful in the Daoist sect's ruins. Do not reveal your identity, and before you reach the strength of the 10 arbiters, do not come into too much conflict with the 6th mainland's cultivators. Although their cultivation system is rigid, the increase in strength from their imprints is considerable. For now, focus on preserving your life. Yes, Elder, Lu Yin answered. Very quickly, Elder Lohar's image disappeared, and Lu Yin could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. The Sun family had wanted to use the incident at Shinwu continent to cause Lu Yin to offend the Hall of Honor, but the Sun family had never dreamed that Lu Yin would be able to make a comeback. The reason why the 10 arbiters had been able to retain their authority was because they could enter the ruins of the Daoist sect and obtain the inheritance of the ancient Daoist sect for the people of the 5th mainland. Their status had been bestowed upon them by the Hall of Honor, and now Lu Yin's status was no less than that of the 10 arbiters. It could even be said that Lu Yin was the only 10 arbiters in the Outerverse. There were gains and losses in exposing his futon. From now on, his status would be completely different, but at the same time he would have to bear a heavy burden that no one could imagine. The Hall of Honor was not a charity organization. The privileges they gave him now would definitely be returned in the future. Fortunately, the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated. Although the Hall of Honor's influence had decreased, the pressure that Lu Yin had placed on him had also decreased. Now he could freely enjoy the privileges that the Hall of Honor had bestowed upon him, and he could openly use the Hall of Honor to establish the Great Eastern Alliance. Men! Lu Yin shouted. Kaze entered. Your Highness. Inform everyone that there will be a court meeting tomorrow, Lu Yin said. Yes, Your Highness. At the same time, Elder Lohar ended his call with Lu Yin and immediately tore through the void to head towards Ironblood Fort, which was being rebuilt. Ironblood Fort was the fort closest to the Primal Zone, and it was also the most important fort in Ironblood Weave. The reason why Elder Lohar had left Night Queen Chuyu Huahui and the others behind was to ensure that Ironblood Fort could be rebuilt without being disturbed by the Primal Zone. Now Night Queen Chuyu was helping to rebuild the fort. Elder Lohar's sudden appearance at Ironblood Fort startled Wang Wen. Why is that old man here? Could it be that the Primal Zone is attacking? Huahui, Granny Chan, and a few other enlighters simultaneously bowed to Elder Lohar, including Night Queen Chuyu. Night Queen Chuyu, follow me, Elder Lohar said before stepping into the void and vanishing. Night Queen Chuyu hurriedly followed. In outer space in the distance, Ironblood Fort was being rebuilt. Countless spacecraft were transporting resources, and planet after planet was being dragged over by powerhouses. It was a spectacular sight. Night Queen Chuyu faced Elder Lohar and respectfully said, Elder, you were looking for me? Elder Lohar looked at Night Queen Chuyu and sternly said, Don't try to deal with Lu Yin again. Night Queen Chuyu was shocked. What do you mean, Elder? Literally, you're not allowed to deal with Lu Yin, Elder Lohar replied sternly. Night Queen Chuyu frowned. Although she respected the Hall of Honor, that did not mean that she was afraid of them. The Day-Night clan had never been afraid of anyone. Elder Lu Yin is our Day-Night clan's enemy. Are you going to side with him? Elder Lohar solemnly replied, It's not me, but the entire Hall of Honor forbids you from dealing with Lu Yin. He already has 11 honor points and you should know what that means. Night Queen Chuyu was stunned and could not believe her ears. 11? That's impossible. If you want to increase your honor points to 11, You need to obtain the approval of one of the judges from the Interstellar Arbitration Institute. Now that the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, how can he increase his honor points to 11? There are some special circumstances that don't require the approval of a judge to increase his honor points to 11. Right now, all you need to know is that he has 11 honor points. There's no need to ask about anything else. Elder Lohar's tone was gloomy as he continued. Also, warn the Sun family to stop playing any tricks. If they dare to make a move against Lu Yin, then don't blame the Hall of Honor for not showing mercy. He then left. Even after Elder Lohar had completely disappeared for a long time, Night Queen Chuyu still could not believe what she had just heard. She was very clear on what 11 honor points meant, and even enlighters like her did not have 11 honor points. How had that brat obtained them? What had he done? Inheritance was the most important thing in a civilization. The Daoist sect originated from ancient times, and it had the Fifth Mainland's greatest inheritance. To the Fifth Mainland, the Daoist sect was more important than anything else. Anyone who could come into contact with the Daoist sect would be the Fifth Mainland's favorite. This was the case for the 10 arbiters, which was why they had been able to pass down their authority to the younger generation. Lu Yin was the same, and his position in the Hall of Honor's heart had already surpassed that of the Enlighters and even Elder Lohar himself. What? 11 honor points? In a courtyard filled with birds chirping and flowers blooming, Sun Qianye stared at the screen in front of him in astonishment. Night Queen Chuyu was on the screen. That's right. Elder Lohar raised his honor points to 11, Night Queen Chuyu coldly replied. Why? Sun Qianye could not understand. Night Queen Chuyu frowned. I want to know as well. All right, let's set aside what we've already decided on. That's all. With that, she decisively ended the call. Sun Qianye punched the ground and shattered the courtyard. His eyes were filled with deep confusion and bewilderment. How had Lu Yin obtained 11 honor points? He had clearly planned everything out, including disrupting the Great Eastern Alliance's plans and using Xinwu continent as bait to cause a rift between Lu Yin and Elder Lohar. Then it would be the best time for them to make their move. How had Lu Yin done it? Sun Qianye racked his brains, but he could not think of anyone who could skip the presiding judge's approval and directly obtain 11 honor points. Even Elder Lohar himself might not have 11 honor points, so how had Lu Yin done it? Could he be the presiding judge's son? Uncle, what's wrong? A group of people rushed into the courtyard and hurriedly asked when they saw the ruined courtyard. Sun Qianye gloomily replied, announce some unimportant secrets. Uncle, haven't we already contacted Elder Lohar to punish Lu Yin? Why do we have to announce these secrets? Just do as I say. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Yes, Uncle. The Great Yu Empire's court assembly was considered rather amateurish to most people. There were cabinet meetings every day, but even a court assembly once a month was considered a lot. Lu Yin felt a little awkward when faced with the expectant gazes of all the ministers. This was because Garop had been the first to suggest that Lu Yin attend court every day. It's impossible for me to attend court every day, but I'll try my best to attend as many as possible. Garop sighed. Your Highness, the outside world has many criticisms against our Great Yu Empire, and the court assembly is the most serious. How can the ruler of an empire not attend court? Lu Yin waved a hand. All right, let's talk about this later. The main topic of today's court assembly is the Great Eastern Alliance. He scanned the ministers and then solemnly said, the Great Eastern Alliance is an alliance of interests led by my Great Yu Empire. Its purpose is to share resources and fight against foreign enemies together. Regardless of whether it's the economy, politics, the people's livelihood, technology, or minerals, the benefits of an alliance in the Eastern weaves far exceed that of an independent weave. Today, I officially announce that the Great Eastern Alliance has been officially established under the call of the Hall of Honor. Many of the ministers were shocked during the court assembly, and Hil Anna was the first to speak. Your Highness, are you saying that the Hall of Honor supports the Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Of course. I just sent a letter to an elder of the Hall of Honor. The Great Eastern Alliance is working together to fight against foreign enemies. Why wouldn't they support it? Garop and the others looked at each other in confusion. Although they had not interfered with the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, they still knew some inside information. The Great Eastern Alliance had only occasionally borrowed the name of the Hall of Honor, and it was more like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Now it was actually being openly announced. Hil Anna, officially notify the various countries and powers in the surrounding weaves that, under the guidance of the Hall of Honor, the Great Yu Empire has established the Great Eastern Alliance with the purpose of fighting against the Astral Beast domain and helping the human domain. Have them join as soon as possible so that we can share our resources, Lu Yin announced loudly. Hil Anna hurriedly acknowledged. During this court assembly, many of the ministers were in a state of confusion. Garop, Gavin and Hil Anna stayed behind to inquire about the Hall of Honor, but Lu Yin sent them away with only one sentence. From today onwards I can represent the Hall of Honor. If the inner verse and outer verse had not been separated, then Lu Yin would not have dared to do so. However, things were different now. Elder Lohar's attitude towards him had made him fully aware of his own value, and his 11 honor points were proof that the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance was far from reaching the level where it would cross the Hall of Honor's bottom line. As long as he did not collude with the foreign domain or the Three Dark Hands, then he could represent the Hall of Honor. Chapter 657. After the court meeting ended, Phantom Thorn appeared in King Zishan's palace and handed over his first results since he trained the 2nd Imperial Squadron. The Sun family spread a total of 21 secrets, Phantom Thorn said in a low voice. Lu Yin calmly looked at the screen. Leave. Find out where the Sun family is. Understood. Phantom Spike left. 21 secrets seemed like a lot, but they weren't actually that important. They wouldn't affect the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, and they were far from enough to expose Qing Yan's secret. This proved that the Sun family didn't dare to go too far with him. However, they still spread these secrets. There was only one possibility, and that was that they wanted to use this method to threaten him in order to achieve some kind of goal. Lu Yin didn't think too much about it and tapped on the contact number that Madame Mylan had given him. The old man from the Sun family had hung up without hesitation the first time he had contacted Lu Yin. This time the old man's image appeared on the screen again, but he didn't hang up. Instead he just looked at Lu Yin calmly. So you're Sun Xianxia, Lu Yin said bluntly. On the screen Sun Xianxia nodded and slowly said, That's right, I'm Sun Xianxia. Long time no see, Lu Yin. You've seen me before? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Sun Xianxia smiled faintly. I was also there during the battle on planet Pyrolite, but I didn't stand out. I've made a fool of myself in front of King Lu. I don't like to waste my breath. Tell me what you want, Lu Yin said coldly. Sun Xianxia's eyes flickered. Your Highness is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. In the Sea King's dome, a junior from my family once wanted to buy a gun, but it was snatched away by your Highness. Is that true? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had originally thought that the Sun family's actions against him were related to Sun Meiren. After all, Sun Meiren was the only person who had a grudge with the Sun family. However, why had the Sun family mentioned that gun? Could it be related to the killing of the Enlighter? That wasn't right. He remembered that after the gun shattered, a piece of paper fell out. There were words on it that he didn't recognize. Monkey had translated it and it was a person's name. That's right. It's just an ordinary spear. Did the Sun family target me because of that spear? Lu Yin asked. As long as your Highness hands over that spear, my Sun family guarantees that we won't reveal the rest of the secret, nor will we cause trouble for your Highness, Sun Xianxia said. Lu Yin sneered. Sun Xianxia, I think that you've misunderstood. Everyone knows that I used a gun to kill Enlighters. You can't be thinking that it's that gun, right? Of course not. That gun only has the power level of a cruiser at most, so how could it possibly deal with an Enlighter? Our Sun family isn't that stupid. Besides, many people in Iron Blood we've saw that your gun had already shattered, Sun Xianxia said. Is a gun that's at most comparable to a cruiser's worth of power enough for your Sun family to deal with me by hook or by crook? You've even asked Elder Lohar to help you? Lu Yin's tone was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. There are some things that cannot be measured by price. One of my Sun family's ancestors perished in the astral wilderness, and that gun is the only thing he left behind. To the Sun family, that gun is a sacred relic, so I hope that you can understand. I can guarantee that as long as you return the gun, the Sun family will not cause you any more trouble. In fact, we can even send some resources to the Great Yu Empire as compensation, Sun Xianxia said. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. Alright, it's just a gun. I was originally planning to give it to a junior as a gift, but since your Sun family wants it so badly, then there's no harm in giving it to you. Remember what you said and send resources to the Great Yu Empire. Sun Xianxia was delighted. Of course. Rest assured, Your Highness. Time and place. Your Highness, you only need to send someone to deliver the gun to Shenwu Continent's space station, and someone from the Sun family will take care of it. There's something I need to remind you, Your Highness. Our Sun family's engineering techniques are extremely profound, so please don't send anyone to follow us. Otherwise, if anything happens, it won't look good for either of us. Lu Yin ended the call. Someone, make me a gun using polarium essence as quickly as possible. That gun had already shattered and there was no way for him to repair it. He could only forge a new one. The Sun family did not want the gun but rather the item inside it. He took out the piece of paper and looked at the words that he did not recognize. Monkey, take a look and translate a few more. Seventh bro, there are only 2 people I can translate. I already told you that one is Wen Zhaoqing and the other is Tsong Yi. I don't recognize the rest, the monkey said helplessly. He realized that he had not fought in a long time and he had even become a civilian. Lu Yin made a copy of the words and then sent the paper to the 12th Imperial Squadron's Technology Department. At that moment, Banju was making a gun for him. The gun's technological content was very low, and the value of the gun itself was not even as high as polarium essence. Banjo found it strange that Lu Yin would use such precious polarium essence to make a gun, but he did not ask any questions. Stuff this paper into the gun, Lu Yin said. All right. How long will it take? It's just a gun. Half an hour. If it wasn't made of polarium essence, then I could make hundreds of thousands of them in a few minutes, Banjo said. Half an hour later, Lu Yin held a brand new gun and tested its power. Even though it was made of polarium essence and the bullets were also made of polarium essence, the gun's destructive power was still not at the level of an explorer's, let alone a cruiser's. However, Lu Yin did not expect the gun to reach the level of a cruiser. With polarium essence's endurance, he could use his dye's enhance to increase the gun's destructive power to the level of a cruiser's. It was not possible to make a gun that powerful, so even if it was a fake, the Sun family should not be able to tell. But even if they did, what they wanted was that paper. Besides, Lu Yin did not plan on letting the Sun family off. This time he would personally find Sun Xianxia and exterminate the entire Sun family. No matter how powerful the Sun family's mechanical techniques were, they could not conceal the rune lines. Now that he thought about it, rune lines could be seen on the 5th mainland but not in the Daoist sect's ruins. Lu Yin was very curious about the nature of these rune lines. A few days later, Lu Yin rolled his die again. His luck was pretty good and he rolled enhance for the 3rd time. He spent some star essence to increase the gun's destructive power to that of a cruiser's. He then had Xianxia take the gun to Shenwu Continent while he followed behind. There were Day-Night clan members in Shenwu Continent's space station, and the Day-Night clan had a good relationship with the Sun family. At this moment, a junior from the Sun family was chatting with Madame Mylan with a smile on his face. It was obvious that the atmosphere was very good. Madam, someone from the Great Yu Empire has arrived, a Day-Night clan member reported. Madame Mylan looked across, and the Sun family member's expression changed as a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Anyone who had heard of Lu Yin's reputation would be afraid, as he was someone who had even killed a few enlighters. The Sun family was now standing against Lu Yin, so it would be strange if they were not afraid. Who is it? The Sun family member hurriedly asked. The Day-Night clan member replied, the captain of the 5th Imperial Squadron, Xianxia. When they heard that it was not Lu Yin, the Sun family member relaxed. Lead the way. He then turned to Madame Mylan and said, thank you for your hospitality over the past 2 days. I will take care of some matters and will leave shortly. Please do as you wish. Madame Mylan smiled as she watched the Sun family member leave. Within the space station, the Sun family member met with Xianxia. Xianxia did not speak to him and simply tossed the gun over. The Sun family member caught it. Uncle asked me to pass on a message. Thank you, King Lu. His Highness asked you not to forget your promise, Xianxia said. The Sun family member smiled and tossed a cosmic ring to Xianxia. Take the resources inside as a token of our apology to the great Yu Empire. Xianxia put it away. The Sun family member did not linger and immediately left. Xianxia calmly watched as the Sun family disappeared. Madame Mylan walked out from behind him and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to chase after them?" "Why should I?" Xianxia's tone was indifferent. He glanced at Madame Mylan but did not leave. Madame Mylan's lips curled upwards. Based on her understanding of Lu Yin, the Sun family would not have a good ending. On the other side, the Sun family member left as quickly as he could, occasionally glancing behind him. Sun Qinya's guess was that Lu Yin would not let them go, but there was indeed no one chasing after them. Regardless, they still needed to disguise themselves. The Sun family member leaped off the spacecraft and allowed it to fly towards its designated destination. He then hit on a meteorite and slowly headed in a certain direction. After hiding for 2 days, the Sun family member finally arrived at a very ordinary planet in the dark mist weave. "Back, uncle." The man arrived at a manor near the sea and saw Sun Qinya. Sun Qinya hurriedly asked, "Did you do as I said?" "Don't worry, uncle. I did as you said and I made sure that no one was following us." Sun Qinya nodded and took the gun. After taking a closer look, his expression changed. "Oh, it's fake." The man was shocked. "Fake? How can that be? Every hit from this gun is comparable to a cruiser's." Sun Qinya's gaze turned vicious. "Although I don't know where Lu Yin found this fake gun, it's not what we want." He then exerted some force, causing the gun to slowly crack and finally shatter. A piece of paper fell out and Sun Qinya's expression changed. He opened the paper and looked at it before lowering his head in thought. The man looked at the paper that had fallen out of the gun with a puzzled expression. Suddenly Sun Qinya's gadget beeped. He opened it and his expression changed. "Lu Yin is here." The man was shocked. At that moment, there was a loud explosion in the sky and Lu Yin appeared in his universal armor. No matter how the Sun family members tried to disguise themselves, they could not hide their rune lines unless they disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. Lu Yin looked down at Sun Qinya, who was glaring at him. When he saw the paper in the man's hand, he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be so close." "Lu Yin, you went back on your word." The man from the Sun family shouted, unable to hide the fear in his eyes. Sun Qinya took a step forward and stared at Lu Yin. "You used a fake to fool me. Lu Yin, hand over the real thing or I can guarantee that this matter will be much more troublesome than you can imagine. Your great Yu Empire might even be destroyed because of this. You still dare to threaten me at this point? Forget about the Sun family, even if the Day-Night clan joined forces, it wouldn't matter. The inner verse and outer verse have already been separated. You should think about how to survive first." Lu Yin raised a hand and pressed down. Sun Qinya looked up, his face pale. "Lu Yin, I'll say it one last time. Hand over the real thing or everyone related to you will die. Even if you have the power to resist an enlighter, it will be useless." Chapter 658. There was a boom and the seaside manor disappeared. The blind monk rushed over with his shovel and viciously swung it at Sun Qinya. Sun Qinya raised his hand and slapped out. He was a peak hunter, but the blind monk had yet to reach that level. He was suppressed by Sun Qinya's star energy and forced back 1,000 meters. At that moment, a cold, flickering white light streaked past, leaving behind a trail of blood. Sun Qinya retreated and gritted his teeth as he stared in front of him, where Phantom Sting had appeared. 2 hunters had attacked. Sun Qinya was the only hunter in the Sun family and the rest were only cruisers. "Lu Yin, are you really not going to hand it over?" Sun Qinya roared. Lu Yin frowned. Something was wrong. That piece of paper was more important than he had imagined. Sun Qinya had not been thinking about running away in the face of danger, but rather threatening Lu Yin. This was very strange and Lu Yin had a feeling that Sun Qinya was not bragging. The gun is fake but the thing inside is real. Sun Qinya continuously dodged the blind monk and Phantom Sting's attacks, and his body was covered in wounds. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he gripped the paper tightly and his face turned cold. "You must hand over the real gun." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You really think I can't kill you? He then charged forward. Sun Qinya roared, You're courting death, Lu Yin. Don't blame me for this. Sun Qinya then pulled something out of his cosmic ring, causing the surrounding star energy to solidify and transform into chains that pushed back the blind monk, Phantom Thorn, and Lu Yin. The next moment, Sun Qinya vanished. Lu Yin immediately looked around and his heart sank. He could not find Sun Qinya's rune lines. He had escaped. Capture everyone from the Sun family. Lu Yin barked. Not long after, everyone from the Sun family on the planet was captured. There were more than 70 people in total. 3 cruisers, 15 explorers, and the rest were all limiters. Lu Yin asked them about Sun Qianya's whereabouts, but none of them knew anything. He had no choice but to bring them all back to the Great Yu Empire for interrogation. This matter was a little strange and it might cause trouble in the future, but Lu Yin did not care too much. The Sun family could not compare to the Day-Night clan, and since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Sun Qianya would at most be able to find an enlighter to help. Even if he found a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000, Lu Yin still had Elder Lohar and Mr. Mu. Lu Yin's whereabouts, Sun Qianya's whereabouts. Lu Yin contacted the bespectacled Mist Child and had Mafioso Planet search for Sun Qianya's whereabouts. After dealing with the Sun family, Lu Yin did not immediately return to the Great Yu Empire. Instead, he went to Shenwu Continent's space station. Inya had sent the improved herbs to Ming Zhaoshu, but there had been no reply. He wanted to see it for himself. At Shenwu Continent's space station, Madame Mylan met with Lu Yin. If I'm not wrong, the Sun family is finished. Lu Yin smiled. I still have to thank you for telling me about the Sun family. You don't have to be so polite, student Lu. Elder Qiuyu has already sent word that the Day-Night clan will not be your enemy. We hope that you won't make things difficult for us, Madame Mylan said with a smile. Lu Yin laughed. Who in the entire universe would dare to make things difficult for the Day-Night clan? But there's something that I need your help with. Please speak, Madame Mylan said. Sun Qianya escaped. I want to ask Madame to help me find out where he is, Lu Yin said. Madame Mylan smiled and nodded. All right, I'll mobilize the Day-Night clan's resources in the Outerverse to help student Lu investigate. However, what benefits will I get? What do you want? Lu Yin asked. Madame Mylan thought about it. Nothing at the moment, but if I can help you find Sun Qianya's whereabouts, then I'll think about it. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. He then entered Shenwu Continent with Huo Qingshan's help. Shenwu Empire, Shanghai City, Reverend King's study. Ming Zhaoshu looked into a mirror and touched his forehead before casually tossing the mirror away. He had aged once again. The natural treasures that had replenished his life force had allowed him to last a year, but now it seemed that he would only last half a year at most. In other words, he would die in half a year. Ming Zhaoshu clenched his fists but then relaxed them. He had already accepted his fate. Father, I'm here, Ming Yan's voice rang out from outside the study. Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice, Come in. Half a day later, Ming Yan walked out of the study looking exhausted. Ever since she had found out that Ming Zhaoshu did not have much time left, she had been working hard to deal with government affairs so as not to disappoint him. As for the torment and pain in her heart, she could only silently endure it. She could only return to her room and cry once in a while to relieve her pain. It was during these times that she missed Lu Yin even more. She really wanted to find someone to rely on. Princess, please have your meal. A maid brought in the food and placed it on the table in the room. Ming Yan waved a hand to dismiss her. She was not in the mood to eat and she stared blankly at the sky through the window. Her gaze then landed on a memorial on the dressing table. She really hated such things, but she had no choice but to deal with them. She picked up the memorial and opened it. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of her and took the memorial away. Eat first. Ming Yan's body trembled and she looked to the side where a familiar figure had appeared. Lu Yin put down the memorial and placed his hand on Ming Yan's cheek. He gently said, It hasn't been that long, but you've lost so much weight. Ming Yan's eyes were red as she stared blankly at Lu Yin. Clear tears streamed down her face as she threw herself into his embrace and sobbed softly. It was as if she was venting all of the grievances, helplessness, and despair that she had felt during this period. Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan's soft body and did not say anything. He just held her like that. Soon Ming Yan fell asleep. She slept very peacefully. Lu Yin placed her on the bed and kissed her forehead. He then walked out of the room and went directly to Ming Zhaoshu's study. When Tang Xi saw Lu Yin, he immediately bowed. Lu Yin pushed open the door and walked in. Ming Zhaoshu stared at him. "I guessed that you would come." Lu Yin closed the door and saw that there was a chair beside the desk. It seems like those medicinal herbs were useless. Ming Zhaoshu smiled bitterly as if he was mocking himself. After so many years of painstaking effort, he didn't even dare to have a son. Once he gained power, he forced my brother and the crown prince to their deaths. But in the end, the Xinwu Empire doesn't even have a successor. Little Seven, don't you think it's funny? Ah. Lu Yin calmly looked at Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaotian's heirs are all dead? Ming Zhaoshu closed his eyes and fell silent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person was ruthless enough to slaughter all of the heirs of the Xinwu Empire. Ming Zhaoshu had wanted to give birth to a son, but his life had been cut short. This could be considered retribution. Yan is not suitable to inherit the Xinwu Empire, Lu Yin said. Ming Zhaoshu opened his eyes. So what? She's the only successor of the Xinwu Empire. Aside from her, there's no one else. She must inherit the empire. I don't care about a mere Xinwu Empire. I hope that she can choose the life that she wants and not be destroyed by some so-called empire. Wendy Yushan handed the Great Yu Empire to me, so why can't you hand the Xinwu Empire to someone else? Lu Yin sternly retorted as Ming Yan's current state made his heart ache. Ming Zhaoshu stood up. This is the Xinwu continent, not the universe. Even though the universe's culture has impacted us recently, it's impossible for people to change their minds too quickly. The Xinwu Empire must be inherited by someone from the Ming family, or the world will fall into chaos. That's just your selfish excuse, Lu Yin said coldly. No matter what, Yan is my daughter and the only successor of the Xinwu Empire. She must bear this heavy responsibility, Ming Zhaoshu said firmly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he met Ming Zhaoshu's gaze. Handing the Xinwu Empire to me is the same, Lu Yin said. Ming Zhaoshu's finger twitched. You want to steal the Xinwu Empire? Yes, and so what? Lu Yin's tone was frosty. Ming Zhaoshu laughed in a carefree manner. If you had done this before establishing the Great Eastern Alliance, then you could have done this. Even if the Xinwu continent fell into chaos, it would have nothing to do with you and you wouldn't care. Unfortunately, the Xinwu Empire has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance. If you steal the Xinwu Empire now, who would dare to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Little Seven, you're overthinking things. For Yan'er's sake, I can adjust my strategy, Lu Yin said indifferently. Ming Zhaoshu shook his head, not angered by Lu Yin's words. Instead, he felt a trace of gratitude. I understand your feelings for Yan'er, and I'm very gratified that you're willing to give up the Great Eastern Alliance for her. However, inheriting the Xinwu Empire is her mission. If you steal the Xinwu Empire and cause the continent to fall into chaos, will she forgive you? Given her kindness, do you think that she'll agree? Lu Yin was helpless as he could not answer. Little Seven, it's up to man to plan, but it's up to the heavens to succeed. Many people say that man can conquer the heavens, but that's just another choice given by the heavens. The heavens like to joke around and we can't do anything about it. I've obtained everything, but now I'm facing death. You can steal everything, but you can't steal my heart. The more you steal, the more likely Yan'er will be disappointed in you and even herself. Lu Yin looked at Ming Zhaoshu. How much longer can you live? A trace of pain flashed through Ming Zhaoshu's eyes. Half a year at most. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated as he truly did not want Ming Yan to take on this so-called responsibility. He only wanted her to live happily and carefreely, and that was enough for him. However, everyone had different thoughts. Ming Zhaoshu had lived for a long time and he could see further into the future. The best choice was for Ming Yan to marry Lu Yin as the Xinwu Empress. Otherwise, she would be nothing more than a vase that would eventually be abandoned. When two people were together, it was love, but to maintain this love they had to work hard together. Love had a very short shelf life. This was what it meant to be an appropriate match. Ming Zhaoshu would rather Ming Yan bear the pain of inheriting the empire than allow her to bear the pain of love in the future. He could not say these words to Lu Yin. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or Ming Yan, They had too little experience in relationships and had too little experience in life. Even if he said these words, they would not understand. Lu Yin left the study as he did not know how to convince Ming Xiaoshu. Ming Xiaoshu's determination was unshakable, and he wanted to talk to Ming Yan. If Ming Yan did not want to inherit the Shenwu Empire, then Lu Yin would act. No matter what Ming Xiaoshu said, he would take over everything. Ming Yan slept for an entire day, and Lu Yin stayed by her side to watch over her. When Ming Yan opened her eyes and saw Lu Yin, her heart melted. The unfamiliarity from before disappeared, and she once again felt that kind of connection. When he saw that Ming Yan had woken up, Lu Yin hurriedly brought over a bowl of porridge and helped her up. "Open your mouth." Ming Yan's face flushed red and she whispered, "Brother Lu, I'll eat by myself." "No, you slept for so long and you didn't eat anything. You don't have any strength. I'll feed you. Come, be good and open your mouth." "Okay." Chapter 659. After half an hour, Ming Yan's face became even redder and Lu Yin couldn't resist kissing her. Ming Yan glared at Lu Yin, but she wasn't angry. Instead, her eyes fluttered, unintentionally revealing an aura that was even more alluring than Madame Nalan's. Lu Yin was stunned. "Yan, you're so beautiful." Ming Yan's heart trembled and she was secretly delighted. She lowered her head. "Brother Lu, why are you here?" Lu Yin hugged her tightly. "Of course it's because I can't bear the pain of missing you, so I came to see you." Ming Yan struggled, but Lu Yin's grip only tightened. She had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. "Brother Lu, do you know about my father's situation?" Lu Yin grunted and then looked at her seriously. "Yan, tell me the truth. Do you want to inherit the Shenwu Empire? If you don't want to, then I'll help you deal with it. You can go home with me and live a carefree and happy life just like before. How about it?" Ming Yan looked into Lu Yin's eyes, and the softest part of her heart was enveloped in warmth. This was a lifelong commitment and her eyes reddened. She was about to agree without hesitation when a cough sounded outside the room. Ming Yan woke up and hurriedly pushed Lu Yin away. "Father is here." Lu Yin looked outside and saw Ming Xiaoshu looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back. How tactless. Lu Yin was displeased. Ming Yan looked at him with her big eyes. "Brother Lu, he's my father. You can't say that." Lu Yin smiled apologetically. "That's right, he's my father-in-law. I'm sorry, Yan. Brother Lu was wrong." Ming Yan pursed her lips. "Brother Lu, my father is very tired and has suffered a lot." "Yeah, I know," Lu Yin replied. Ming Yan lowered her head. "Father wishes for me to inherit the Shenwu Empire." "What about yourself?" "It depends on what you think," Lu Yin said seriously. Ming Yan lowered her head and recalled some of Ming Xiaoshu's words. She bit her lip and said gloomily, I want to inherit the Shenwu Empire." Lu Yin lifted her head and stared into her eyes. "Yan, Brother Lu promises you that as long as you're willing, no one can force you to bear this burden." Ming Yan's gaze met his and her gaze grew more resolute. "I want to bear it myself." Lu Yin sighed. "You clearly don't like reading memorials and handling government affairs." "I'm sorry, Big Brother Lu," Ming Yan said painfully. Lu Yin caressed her cheek. "Don't say sorry. You haven't done anything wrong. Yan, no matter what decision you make, Brother Lu will support you." Ming Yan grabbed his hand tightly and asked nervously, "Then Brother Lu won't abandon Yan, right?" Lu Yin laughed and hugged Ming Yan again, not letting go no matter how much she struggled. "No, Yan is mine and she'll always be mine. Regardless of whether she's that carefree princess from the Reverend King's household or the future King Shenwu, she'll always be mine. She won't be able to escape." Ming Yan nodded happily. With Lu Yin's guarantee, she could work hard to bear any responsibility. Suddenly, he lowered his head, opened his mouth and sucked on her tender, fragrant lips. The sweet taste seeped into his heart, startling Ming Yan, but she did not push him away. She merely closed her eyes and allowed him to do as he pleased. After an unknown amount of time, Ming Xiaoshu coughed again, startling Ming Yan. She pushed Lu Yin away with all her might, her face flushed red. She buried herself under the blanket and refused to come out. "How tactless," Lu Yin grumbled again. Lu Yin had come to the Shenwu continent with the intention of taking Ming Yan away or helping her shoulder everything, but he had ended up making her more determined to inherit the empire. Lu Yin had no choice but to stay in the reverent king's household with Ming Yan for 2 days before leaving with Enya under Ming Zhaoshu's constant urging. Ming Zhaoshu did not have much time left, and he needed to use the remaining time to teach Ming Yan how to handle government affairs and how to control the court. "Are you unhappy, Your Highness?" Enya asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. "Send more people to stay in the Shenwu Empire." It was impossible for Ming Yan to inherit the Shenwu Empire within half a year, but Ming Yan had insisted on it, so Lu Yin would not stop her. However, if Ming Zhaoshu died in half a year, the Shenwu Empire would definitely be in trouble. At that time he would have to make a trip back to the Shenwu Empire, and it would be better to have his own people around to hear the news. Right now he was most worried about Ming Zhaoshu's poison. "Enya, you should go back first." "Won't Your Highness come with us?" Enya asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he had no intention of leaving. He had not found the person who had poisoned Ming Zhaoshu, and only the heavens knew if that person had poisoned Ming Yan as well. Lu Yin had to find this person as this was his main goal in coming to the Shenwu continent. He would not feel at ease leaving such a person by Ming Yan's side. First was Qiong Island. Lu Yin soared into the sky and looked around Shanghai city. There were rune lines everywhere, but they were all normal. There were quite a few rune lines that were at the cruiser realm, and they belonged to Ming Zhaoshu as well as a few others. Next was Flowing Light City, which was located to the north of Shanghai city. With Lu Yin's speed and range of vision, it only took him a day to scan the entire Qiong Island. Next was Ming Island. In this manner, Lu Yin started from Qiong Island and looked at each island one by one. He would not have known if he had not looked, but after looking he discovered that there were quite a few experts hidden on the Shenwu continent. Most of these experts had been left behind by the various powers of the inner verse and outer verse to make it easier for them to communicate with the trial takers. For example, Grandine Mavis and the Mavis family controlled the Bank of Wuyun. Yu Xianzi and Xiaohua and even the Day-Night clan all had hidden forces on the Shenwu continent. Lu Yin made a note of these names. If Ming Yan truly wanted to inherit the Shenwu Empire, then this list might be useful. 10 days later, Lu Yin did not know where he was, but he was quite far from Qiong Island. He should be in the north of the Shenwu Empire. Below him was a battlefield. Before coming here, Lu Yin had already known that Ming Zhaoshu had succeeded the throne and cooperated with the outsiders. Many people were dissatisfied with this, and there had been no less than 100 assassination attempts. Many rebels had even used Ming Hao's name to rebel. Lu Yin had not been interested in such matters, but this battlefield had an inexplicable amount of rune lines that were at the level of a hunter. If there really was a hunter on this battlefield, then there would be no need for a battle at all. A single cruiser would be enough to determine the outcome of the battle. However, there were hunter rune lines here, which was rather strange. Lu Yin looked around and his gaze locked onto a canyon not too far away from the battlefield. The stench of blood in the air was also strangely flowing towards the canyon. His body disappeared, and when he reappeared he was already in the canyon. He could see the location of the rune lines and hear a roar in his ears. He was very familiar with this roar as it was the roar of a zombie. He'd found it. Suddenly, a red arm reached out from the canyon's walls and grabbed at Lu Yin. The arm was more than 10 meters long and it was covered in swollen, scarlet muscles. It looked extremely disgusting. Lu Yin dodged and slashed down. With his strength he could even slice off a hunter's arm. However, the red arm did not break and only some of the scarlet muscles were cut off. A deafening roar rang out from the canyon, causing the soldiers on the battlefield to howl in anguish. Many of them even spat out blood and died. Lu Yin soared into the air, and the canyon crumbled as a 100-meter-tall corpse king with scarlet muscles walked out. Its cold eyes stared at Lu Yin as it leaped up and punched out. The ground shattered and the battlefield was torn apart. Many soldiers stared at the 100-meter-tall monster in horror. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he raised his fist and punched out. Bang! A shockwave visible to the naked eye distorted the void, and a terrifying wind pressure swept across the land and into the sky. The 100-meter-tall corpse king was forced back by Lu Yin's punch, and even its fist had been smashed apart. Lu Yin was shocked. This corpse king was only a cruiser, but it had a terrifying physical body that was comparable to the first divine gate guardians of the Daoist sect, and it might even be stronger. Or, The giant corpse king roared and charged at Lu Yin once again, slapping down with its palm. Lu Yin's body disappeared as he streaked through the void and appeared above the corpse king's head. He pressed down with a single hand using 30 stacks hundredfold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and the giant corpse king became motionless as its head was pressed into its chest by Lu Yin's palm. The overlapping shockwaves exploded, and not only did the corpse king's head shatter, but it also cracked open its chest. Fresh blood poured down from the sky like a river, dyeing the battlefield red. Lu Yin glanced into the distance where a hunter with rune lines was hiding. The rune lines that Lu Yin had seen before had come from that powerhouse, but that person had fled the instant that the giant corpse king had charged out. Lu Yin pretended not to notice and wanted to see where the hunter could escape to. The canyon had already been reduced to ruins, and Lu Yin's domain swept through the area. The interior of the mountain had been hollowed out, revealing a giant laboratory. Lu Yin's domain crushed the zombies, and the zombies were reduced to pools of blood. Lu Yin concealed his aura and used his physical strength to quickly chase in a certain direction. The hunter's rune lines were like bright lamps in the dark night, and Lu Yin could see them clearly. He did not need to get close to them at all. All he had to do was follow them. The fleeing Neo-Human Alliance expert probably did not expect Lu Yin to be able to keep up with him. After running for a while, the Neo-Human Alliance expert released his aura and increased his speed. Fortunately, Lu Yin's physical strength was powerful, and he had transferred 3 grains of Fatesin. His pure physical strength was enough to keep up with the hunter's speed. Not long after, Lu Yin entered a forest and the hunter's rune lines stopped. There was another giant space beneath the forest, and there were dozens of laboratories that held many zombies. They were not corpse kings that could gain innate gifts by eating crystals, but rather ordinary zombies. The door to one of the laboratories was opened, and the scene inside looked like hell. The ground was covered in blood, and a giant zombie was squatting in a corner, roaring. "There's another one." These giant corpse kings can grow larger and stronger by absorbing blood, but they can't gain intelligence. But that doesn't matter as long as I have intelligence. Ah. The maniacal laughter caused the place to become even colder. The person who had been laughing was a short old man with a sallow complexion and extremely ugly features. His hair was standing on end. Suddenly, a large shadow enveloped him and the short old man's pupils shrank. He abruptly turned around and saw Lu Yin's figure. How did you chase after me?" The short old man was shocked. Lu Yin did not waste any time with idle chatter. He immediately took out a pike and stabbed out, causing a spiritual force attack to sweep out in all directions. Even though the short old man had the power of a hunter, his brain was still injured by the powerful spiritual force attack, and he fainted for a moment. It was at that moment that the pike stabbed into him, but it was blocked by something and did not pierce through. Lu Yin was stunned. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.